Hello everyone, how are you today? Hopefully everyone's going good today. Oh, oh, hello SNS, how are you? Hello Cynthia, how are you? Here, I'm going very well, thank you. I was a little bit late today because I just finished a reiki session, so had to do that before stream. So, how did S feel about you today here? Honestly, very, very positive. They finding you very charismatic and very intelligent. And I think they're waking up to that if they aren't really working on their relationship with you, they might actually lose you. So they're waking up to that in general. Hello, Zachary Beauty. How are you? Master Madison. Hello, Master Madison. Can I have a general read? Of course you can. So you've got a life choice that you're actually choosing, and the moon. So sometimes that don't be so scared of what other people think of your decisions in life, because sometimes these choices are just for you alone, and you should remember that, and you should take your power and realize that it doesn't matter what other people think of that life choice. And SNS says, "What is the energy between me and my coworker? Will we have romantic feelings?" There might not be that many romantic feelings, but I feel like in general, this coworker you'll have for the rest of your life. This person's very strong. So it might be that this person will want to be like friends for life, I feel. But I don't see any like big romantic things for me. Mary Doll says, "Hi, I'm Mariam. Will my husband Ahmed reconcile with me or divorce with me?" Actually, this might be actually time for reconcilement because of the magician here. So I would definitely say that this would probably be very soon a reconcilement instead of a divorce. Um, yeah, I do see that more as a reconcilement. Cynthia says, "What does my friend Sadia think about me?" Well, this person's very close to you. Almost like you've grown up together. This person also possibly has romantic feelings for you, but this bond is very, very strong and very, very deep. So overall, I would say that I'm getting just this strongness between you guys. Um, so yeah, there could be romantic feelings as well. Hello, sweetie. Does my husband, Taurus, miss me or stalk me on social platform? Yeah, this person tends to chase some of your posts sometimes. So this person does check out what you're actually doing. There seems to be that whole idea they're checking out how you're going with the world sometimes, just 'cause they're curious. Sacred Beauty says, "Should I stay at my job?" No, you're holding on to something at your job and you should let go of this. So, honestly, you are in a good place right now. Um, with your self ego, you have a very healthy self of point of being. So you can bring in a lot of good things, but at the moment, if you don't let go of your job, you're going to put yourself in another cycle that continues to repeat over and over and over again. Hello, Sarah. Ree says, how does Virgo guy currently feel about me? Um, it's kind of hard with Virgo. There's a little bit of like not being able to discuss a lot with you. So this person naturally has a full heart, and they're really not being able to express their emotions properly. So they haven't learned how to express um their emotions. So unless they really get out of their way when it comes to love, this might be a problem for you guys in the future. I'm going good, thank you, Cynthia. Leah says, what are my partner's intentions towards me? Honestly, there's love here. So, Leo, firstly, I would say that your bond between you and your partner is a very strong. But this person tends to be quite a foolish person. Well, I don't know what you would call it. They tend to go with the flow. They don't tend to worry about life as much as other people, which might annoy the crap out of you, Leo. But they also check and make sure that you're okay. But most of the time, this person's really not bothered about most things in your life. In life in general. I think that's the case. Slay says, Sissy says, hi Cassandra, will N and H last long in their relationship? Will he regret going against me for her? Sissy, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like this relationship is not going to. Yeah, so they're probably gonna last a very long time. Um, I do see this person being naturally a happy person in this relationship overall. So it's kind of a funny thing, like, Sissy, you should just realize that you might have dodged a bullet, maybe. You just have to realize that sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's okay. Michelle says, what will I get my parents when I get a good paying job? Honestly, they want you to just balance your financials now, Michelle. So look after your finances. Realize that sometimes money creates a division between who our parents are and ourselves, depending on how much we earn versus them. So do realize that that might cause a problem in the future. Aldonia says, hello, can I know when I can leave my house? Aldonia, there seems to be a stuckness with you in your house at the moment. But don't realize your anxiety is short-lived. So you're actually going to have a good surprise around the corner, even though you're kind of stuck right now. So don't worry, it's going to be probably very soon. Angelic Nib says, can I get a hint on how to bump you to my future boyfriend? Apparently, you get him after a breakup and you're not trying hard. So, honestly, this could be possibly a rebound relationship that turns into something better. So, this could be a case that you just like figure out that, hey, this is good. So, don't worry, you'll bump into this in general, but I think this is going to be after another relationship. So, by the cards, it seems like so. All about Maine. How are you? I'm good. Good. Why is Chris? If he has a new love, excitement. This boyo can't um settle down. I think that he's definitely someone that doesn't settle down quite a lot. Also, he's like focusing on the present when he needs to focus on the future. So he could be just a naturally impulsive person. And that tends to mean that he doesn't care about the long-term consequences of his actions overall. Renata says, how is John Lucas Aquarius feeling about me, Libra? We are separated. Honestly, this person wants you to have a better life, and they knew that they were not particularly great at being looking after you or taking care of you, because they're very they don't tend to think about their actions. They rush into things, and so therefore they were really thinking that someone else could take care of you better. So there you go, there's your reading. B says, may I have a general, please? Okay, so there's excitement, and honestly, you should go for whatever you're excited about. So honestly, you might be putting yourself on the back burner right now, but you should realize that you shouldn't stress, because a lot of people are here to take care of you and look after you. So you should actually go for the things that you're more excited about. So it might be time to listen to yourself, listen to your heart overall. Dee Dee says, hello, should I take this internship in my city or lecturing job in the other city far away? Okay, so you should do that in your city, because the other city far away, Dee Dee, seems like even a non-option for you. So the one closer to you. You're very welcome, Renata. Grace says, how does Santiago feel about you? There seems to be like a little bit of disagreement or argument. There's some flirtation, so obviously this person's still trying. I think you both are not listening to each other overall, Grace, which is interesting, because he doesn't feel like he can talk to you without you kind of like monopolizing the conversation, and you find him too close-minded. So overall, I feel like you guys are on different wavelengths when it comes to communication overall, which is hard, because then you're going to have this disagreement. You both want this, which you're both doing and displaying on the outside. It's just like when you really talk about things, this is where you are. Okay? So he needs to get out of his box, out of his shell, and stop being so close-minded, and you need to listen to him more. Or just show that you're listening. Because sometimes, like, we can listen to people, and then we are not actively listening to people. Medhai says, what is my everyday life mission? Honestly, to care for people that are weaker than you. To make sure they're strong. Also, to realize that sometimes you're your worst enemy, and you should actually treat yourself better. So this could actually be not just like treating other people outside, like looking after people that are weaker, but also to realize and treat yourself like sometimes you're only learning. And so therefore you're not going to know everything. So be sometimes kinder to yourself too. Alan Kurinitz says, and new next action. This person's stuck in the past, Al Kuret, so they might not be even getting to a next action. They need to let go of this, because this is actually dragging them back into the past to relive this cycle. So unless they actually let go of this, which sometimes people actively haven't, because they're holding on to something in the past. It could be sometimes even their ex. We do get this a lot in love readings, unfortunately. And it does mean that sometimes it is a person, not just like a situation. Hello, Jessica. It's hard because we still need this Betty. So if anybody has any friends, so 248 is the magic number to get this monetized. So subs, and this is how many watch hours the channel needs overall. So any like watching, um even if you go grab a cup of tea, it's definitely appreciated. Thank you so much. It doesn't mean that I can buy more tarot decks. My poor cats are just like getting shabbier. I love this deck though. What is Ashi's intentions for me? Any third party? Honestly, there's no third party here. Unfortunately, they seem to be quite selfish overall at the moment, and it just might be that they're protecting themselves. So that might be shutting down and withdrawing. This could be just like taking away their toys and treats from you, and just not sharing right now. But honestly, life is good for them. They think that they found the right person in you. So I don't think that they are actually really upset. They just need to know you more for you them to actually share a lot more. Oh, sorry, I needed a drink there. 13 says Omar's current feelings and intentions towards me today. Did he think of me? 13, you might need another question. um, so honestly, this person's not thinking about you today, unfortunately. He's also in the current thing of moving, so there's no intentions towards you at all today, Fatty. So this person's just getting on with their day-to-day lives. Hello, Johnny. You might have to wait a bit. Just put a thing. So put down the question. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea if you've just come in. So Sarah, what are David's feelings for you? Flirtation? This person does definitely have options out there other than you. That doesn't mean that they're taking them. So the moon in reverse and the page of wands. So this person's naturally a adventurous person. I don't feel like they like being always bogged down or conforming to society's rules, and there's a life choice for them. So this might be overall whether they come closer to you or further away. So this could be just them trying to figure out who you are. And honestly, they're thinking about like who you are really compared to what their friends or anybody else says about you. So that's a good sign overall. So I feel like it's quite positive, but this person does seek out adventure and excitement in their lives. So, Mountain Mama says, "Does the Scorpio regret our connection at this time? He's been silent, but could be just busy." This person's withdrawing because they feel like it's wise to do so. It's hard for them to communicate without being too blunt, and sometimes they find themselves too unkind, which is hard overall. You're very welcome, Sarah. So it's hard for them to communicate without that bluntness, and they find that they get misconstrued sometimes. So they're not busy, but they're trying to figure out how to talk to you in a good manner that's not going to be their normal bluntness or normal directness. Neelam says, do you see me getting engaged to TK this year? No, unfortunately, no engagement this year. There is something about, like, dealing with the environments that you're in. So there's something to do with the environments that you're around that you're stuck. So I don't know whether that is just that you guys live with families and that's not a great place to be. There's something to do with that you guys are not in the physical space to get engaged. So I don't know how that is based on what I'm reading right now, but that's what I would say to you. So there's no engagement this year for both of you. You're very welcome. So what is it? Dipti. Oh, many hugs. Miss me. What does he thinking about married life? I think that he thinks it's a wiser choice for to be like where he is. He does think about marriage life like something that he's still attached to. And so it kind of weighs him down overall. And that's kind of a hard thing for him to see because that's still keeping him tied to you. And that's a hard thing to hear, but he needs to resolve this and then come back with a fresh pair of eyes. Because overall, when we still get bogged down by like obligations of rules, sometimes we don't see it as being something that we want. We only see it as something that will be a thing. Sarah says, will I hear from B? Unfortunately, this person's in the process of physically moving either job or house, like moving houses or something along the lines of moving. So they're kind of very chaotically energy wise. So they might take a while. Probably, I wouldn't say that they'll be around for another month or something because they'll be in the process of doing that move. Heaven says, will I get my defense in PhD by next September? I'm a Libra. You have to realize that you aren't really in balance right now, Heaven Flower. As a Libra, I do see you not being in balance. There is a big amount of anxiety here, and you're not controlling your progress. You're actually getting into the anxiety brain and not in the doing brain. So this you need to balance out because you're Libra. You always have to stay in balance or you shift and you you don't work very well as a Libra if you don't actually have these in balance. So honestly, I feel like you're kind of what was it? Let me recommend a book. It's a Dale Carnegie book. It's going to be very, 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 very. So how to stop worrying and start living. So it's only £4 on Kindle. So it looks like that, £4. And yes, I think that's a good book recommendation for you today, Heaven Flower. Oh, my lord. I've just put my phone on the side just because if anybody wants to donate today, they skip the queue. Arabla, can I get a message from Kay and when? Honestly, you probably will see this person very soon. remind yourself to actually listen to what they say. Like sometimes it's really great when we haven't heard from someone for so long to just talk and not listen. But I feel like it's very soon. I think it'll be in the next 2 weeks. Probably this week, actually, Rabia. That's what I would say. If anybody has asked 2 questions in the last hour, please take a break so other people can come in and ask a question. SSK says, I hope you're fine. I want to know when my relationship with my mother-in-law will be good. Just keep on going with your life, SSK, and stop worrying about her because she knows that she could be better at communicating. She just doesn't want to. So don't worry, just keep on going, keep on doing your thing, and don't worry about her. Because honestly, you'll be like beating yourself up if you keep on worrying about what she thinks. Elias says, will I get the hospital ER position if I apply? Okay, so honestly, this is going to take a slow process. It might be that you don't know a lot of people or you don't have the right skills. So there's like something that's holding you back from having this job straight away. So it's going to be a slow process. So do still apply because then you can ask for feedback on what they wanted and keep on being persistent because I know that's part of you, Alaya. And yeah, so there could be also a person that can help you as well. SK? Yes, I do notice that you're different from SSK. I do see that. There's a lot of people actually that have the same names. And sometimes I get very confused because I'm like, Butterfly was already here. And then I was like, V says, what am I not quite finished with? Honestly, you're very present driven when you need to be future driven. And also, you're getting out of a period of self reflection. So that's possibly why you're not quite finished with where you are right now. So it seems like you need to focus or shift your mindset to the future and start thinking about the future instead of the present. SSK says, is there any change of place to a different city for our family in June or July? Is that house shifting transfer to good job? Will this be good for us? Honestly, you need to plan this. This is not going to be like something that you can't. Yeah, so it's just like one of those things that you should be in control of this move. So it's hard because without this, you're never going to feel like you're in control with your life. And if you're not in control with your life, you're never going to be happy with the situation, even if it's the best situation ever. Like honestly, hands down, you know? There's also a call not to see in the future, but look in the present. So it seems like you're almost called to really focus now. Instead of in the future, focus on the now and move that towards where you need to go. Okay, so SSK says, what do the guides want to tell me about? Okay, you're not choosing a life choice right now. You actually have chosen not to choose. And this is not a great place because after a while, the universe will choose for you. And that's the case. Sometimes this happens. You're going in a direction in your life, which is great because you actually have progression in your life, which means that you're naturally going to go on a path or a journey that's better, you know. What zodiac sign will my future wife have? Okay, so this is very interesting because you've got cups. The hangman is interesting because that is a sign of stuckness. So this is a water sign. Um, what can I say about this? Yeah, so it's interesting because I would feel like this is a Virgo, like someone that doesn't tend to like get scared very easily. Um, about making mistakes. So I would feel like this is a Virgo overall for you. There's no list. Ian, put down your question. I will get to you because I'm scrolling down. Cleo says, hi, general reading. Okay, so you're called to grow things and to know that your struggle is not in vain. So honestly, you're working very hard and you're winning. So honestly, keep on doing the good work because the universe sees that and you're going to get rewarded for whatever you plant and water right now. Okay, so please may I have a general reading in regards to anything I should um be aware of this group, opportunities, pitfalls, etc. Thank you. I just joined a WebEx Discord group made out of devs, marketers, and entrepreneurs. I hope. Yeah. Okay, Jessica, firstly, realize that you might be scared of being out of your comfort zone. That's okay, but you realize that you probably need to talk to people that have experience and bring them on to your side. So then you can talk to them later and have them work for you. There's also a mood thing here. So, certain energies will attract energy. So if you send out positive vibe energies, you will get positivity back. Do make sure that you're not being disingenuous, guys, because nothing screams salesman further away is if someone's just naturally in a very, very high enthusiastic mood all the time because they're just gonna sell you a vacuum cleaner. And my day's amazing selling you vacuum cleaners. Oh my god. You know, so do you realize that sometimes does anyone want a vacuum cleaner? So do you realize, to be honest, guys, um yes. There's also a financial offer there, Jessica. So this is interesting because we brought this up before. So it's gotta be something to do with this that you didn't realize that you can offer a service to these people. So it seems like they need you as much as you need them. So keep that in mind because obviously you've got a skill set that people in this Discord group need as well. No vacuum cleaners, Libra. Did the accent work? Should I keep this internship? Sarah, you should. Honestly, you are called to realize this could be quite a big shift that you're just naturally going to be happy in this internship. You just need to focus on the positivity. Pub Kids and Bubbies World. Hello, Ian. You're from Australia? How is the land down under? Now I've got that in my head. Men at work. Living in a land down under. Where wind blow and there's no love. Sorry, that was in my head. Ian, I blame you. Is Leo still talking to the third party? What is Leo towards a feeling towards me? I guess that's what you're talking about. Is he talking to a third party? No, I think he's totally oblivious. He might be talking to them, but it's not because there's anything towards it. He's possibly just stupid, you know, that they're showing interest. He's just not noticing it. What he's feeling towards you is like slight struggle, but progressing. So this seems like he really wants this thing. Foster's? Nah. What you meaning? Foster's is not Australian. Nah, get out. Forex, yeah. Forex, for sure. Should I apply for upcoming government exams? Is there any chance of success? Oh, okay. Let me see if that changes it. Dear Lord, I turned to live chat and it changed. Can we go back to top chat? No. If anybody got skipped, realize that it wasn't me, it was chat. So, please put down your questions again. BB. You could definitely tell me I'm not Victorian. Richard says, who will I marry? Someone that you just meet, I think through friends more than anything. And this person will naturally fall into a relationship with you. So this might be actually a blind date that you get set up on. So make sure that you put your question again, because it completely wiped all of them. When I refresh chat, it goes back only a certain amount. Can I go back this? Yeah, thank you. Right. So I might have to go through this one, because it's not showing me on the other chat, but that's okay. So I'll do cherishes, and then I will get on to the other one. So cherish, don't worry, don't panic about the future right now. You're actually being covered, so don't worry about that. You're fine. Just be enjoying your life right now. Ace of Wands, there's something that you want that you're called to rethink your approach on, and then like try and get it again. So it's not out of your arm's reach. It's a thing. Okay, so right. Okay, so it's SSK now. Remember that it hasn't shifted, so I need to do that. Any government exams, is there any chance for success? Honestly, you're addicted to feeling like you're going to fail. So I think that you tend to sabotage yourself when it comes to anything SSK. You just need to put in the progress. So just do one thing every single day. So instead of like what would I say? A tortoise will actually run always faster than a hare. The hare gets distracted, the tortoise will keep on running. So they did this in real life, and even the tortoise won. It's not just a fable. Sanch says a general for today. Sanch, listen up. Okay, so the moon, so you might be under the sway of other people today. Don't get always like emotionally involved in what other people say to you. Sometimes people don't realize how sensitive you are. And so therefore they don't realize how close to the heart it comes. Realize to take a break as well. Time for healing. So sometimes it's hard because I feel like you are quite sensitive overall, Sench, and that might be time to realize that you can mentally kind of give yourself like armor, or imagine a bubble around you that all like a white light bubble, that none of these things actually come in. And then, yes. Okay, so we're up to the other chat, which is great. So now, that's good. Aries Girl says, hello, will N reach out to me in the future? We're currently in no contact. Yes, this person will probably reach out to you, but Aries Girl, they'll probably do that while they're drunk. So do realize that they'll probably text you, but it might not be when you really want them to text you. And I would feel like they're around like drinking or something. So do you realize they're probably under the influence or something? I'm actually tortoise too slow, get less time for preparation because, like, look, if you do this little tiny increments, it's much better than a big thing, you know? Like, take little spaces. Like, even the Pomodoro technique is an hour and then 20-minute break. SSK says, will I ever get rid of my migraine problem in future? I have it from school time, says SSK. Honestly, it's because something happened to you in the past. There's some kind of like thing that you haven't let go of around other people. I feel like that's what's holding you back on this headache or this migraine, and realize that you can resolve it, but there's something about you being around other people that keeps on triggering this. So there's like something that's making your brain hyper vigilant around other people, that you have to kind of realize that that's the case, and kind of make sure that your brain kind of chillaxes sometimes, or just chills in general. Okay. Yes, yes, please. So honestly, tell me if your messages are not showing up. Sometimes they don't, guys. So do realize that unfortunately, sometimes they do happen. I've switched this to live chat instead of top chat, so it should pick up every single person's. Grace says, "Oh, can you tell me what spirit wants me to know?" Honestly, you're a strong person, Grace. And honestly, they really want you to work on your dream. That there's something that you really want that you were going to get right now in the future, like, but you there's something that's kind of stopped you from going towards this, and you need to reapproach this again because you can get it. You just need to think of a way of getting it because you're kind of blocked right now. What about your skipped? I haven't skipped you yet. In? Look, it's here. Where are you? The message retracted. I haven't. There's the retractions all the way through there. In. What were you going to say? Because there's a lot of retractions there. Okay. Okay, SSK says, what will my husband's future life in the future, health, career, family, love life? That's a lot. So honestly, your husband's quite smart, so he will take as many offers as he can. I think honestly his life will be good. It's not completely like, I think it will be quite normal for him overall. So I would do push him to do a little bit more exercise and a little bit more looking after his health overall. But I don't see it being a bad thing. He just needs to realize that he's probably average health for his age. Sanfi says, is Henry the one for me? Do you realize that you guys are probably overly flirting? And this might be a time to escape because this seems like it's only flirtation overall. Samvi, not anything else. So, Ian, did I miss you? Because I did see all the things. I didn't see you before the message retracted, unfortunately. Okay, so Pretty in Pink says, will I have all the things in my wish list? Notebook bought by August 30th. Most of it, all of it, or some of it. Do you realize that you have a mood here? So the whole idea is there's like a positivity thing here. So Pretty in Pink, you might actually have to ask people to buy some things for you. So do you realize that you probably will have to ask people to look after you? There is struggling and winning. So it seems like you'll get most of this, but do realize that the all of it depends on other people. Is Sans in my new WhatsApp? DXP. Uh, I don't think that they have. Mostly because they're taking a break from WhatsApp, so they're really not on the platform. They were getting stressed on the platform, so they're really not doing that. Does Kay really truly love me? uh, so this person's heart is healing. They definitely see you as being very different from them, Ozzy. So it's kind of a hard thing because with the heart healing, sometimes it's hard for them to be able to be emotionally loving. And so therefore when it comes to love, they probably will say that they love you, but it's more the practical side of love, not emotional. Um And it might be until their heart fully heals and they can trust themselves around you. Do him and I have a past life connection? There was possibly something in the past, but it's probably because you guys were connected by the same country or the same kind of war. It's kind of interesting because there was conflict in the past. So there's something that connected you both together in the past that would have been a connection for you, but I don't know whether you truly would have known each other. Aesthetics says, will I ever meet him in real life? There is an option here, but you have to be a little bit more like realizing that your mood and you might have to spend money to see him. Aesthetics, but that's it. Like, honestly, if you keep on talking to him and you keep on being a positive person, I definitely see him coming towards you. What is going on? Because you were before you deleted. Disappeared on live. I don't know what happened. So sometimes the whole idea is there is a live and a thing. So it's so live chat is harder. I have not deleted any messages, guys. Is universe really helping me to manifest him in my life? I love him so much. It's interesting because this person is possibly now emotionally free to come towards you. So if there's someone that's close to you that you meet all the time, I'm very sure that this person is coming towards you. SSK says, should I apply for a set exam and Symbios College? This is interesting because seems to be chaos around the SEC exam. So do realize that there's something about the SET exam that you might need to apply early for. But do you realize that you need to keep you on top of yourself? Because your energy is going in the right direction. I'm very sure you could pass. It's just that there's something to do with the SET exam that might be a little bit of a hiccup. So I'm reading these questions here. These are the questions here. So I'm scrolling down in the background. So they're not like then I'm going to get to yours, Ian. I promise. How does Sagittarius do you currently feel about me, Aquarius? Says Happy. Honestly, this person's emotionally dependent on you, but they're also feeling like they can do better. It's weird because they're probably in themselves hating that they're emotionally attached to you. And this can be something that they need to resolve. Cats are cute. Will he fall in love with me? Is he the one for me or move on? To be honest, moving on would be the hardest thing I'd ever do in my life. I'm madly in love with him. There is. I think that you will have to move on. Cats are cute. There's something here that you're never going to change his mood on this. And there's just that bit where it might be better for your mental struggle to let go. iDash says, hope you're doing good. I'm going good. What are Scorpio's intentions regarding this connection? Will he come back around? There is this self-reflection phase. So actually at the moment he's not really working towards it. Even in the past, though he wanted it, it seems like at the moment he's taking a break to actually figure out what he wants and how he's going to either come back to you or disregard this. So this seems like a time of thinking. So did we actually get to Ian yet? Because I got another message retracted here, Ian. I didn't. I read yours. No, I didn't. That's true. Sorry, sorry. I'm reading this and that's true. I hope you're good. I'm good. I want to know if our Libra is thoughts on my last message. So this person is rebuilding a relationship overall with you, it seems like. And this seems like he's struggling and winning. So it seems like this is actually a resolution. So he's coming back to you instead of going away. You're very welcome, Grace. Libra, I'm not skipping anybody. If you have just come back, I had done all the messages before this because I went back in time. It might have not come up on the thing, but I have done them. If you feel like you've got skipped, please put your message back in the chat, please. Moon says, when will I move to England? Will the universe really help me to move here? Is it the right time? If not, can I manifest it to be the right time? Honestly, there is some good things coming into your life. There seems to be like choices to be made. And first thing is like you've got an imagination blockage here. So with the imagination, you cannot proceed forward with your manifestation. It doesn't work like that. You have to truly put yourself in this thing. There's also a choice of choosing what options you want. There seems to be very much happiness here. So you will get what you want. I think this is probably later this year, but you have to realize that you might not get everything you want because you're not imagining what you want completely. And Moon, this is hard because I would say start daydreaming on like how is the flat in England? Where do you live? Is it in London? Is there cobblestones around? What are you hearing outside the window? So B says, with a future driven mindset, will I have a relationship? A reading with S. Okay, so S at the moment starting to be a little bit more volatile. Um, it seems like this seems to be like a lot of stress lately that's probably leading them to be more angry or lash out overall. It seems that the life is quite good overall. So it seems like after you deal with this phase where they have to deal with their stress and their anger, it's going to get back to normal. So don't worry, don't panic, but that sometimes you have to do that. You said SSK. I did SK and SSK. Oh, why do you guys have the same like really close thing? How are you? How does my boss think I am as a worker? There is a addiction here in your workplace to believe that um like other people are gossiping around you, which is actually giving you kind of like this vibe of being very paranoid at work. But your boss is very emotionally dependent on you, so it seems like a good worker even if you feel like other people are just being mean or rude or whatever. Do I have psychic abilities? Says Sam V. Should I try to get into spiritual stuff? You have to realize that it depends on why you want to get into psychic stuff. Because, yes, okay, like you can um manifest a certain amount of money into your life doing it, but most of it is like being able to just grow it. So sometimes it's hard because you have to learn what to grow, because everybody has a connection there, um whether or not they believe that they do, to the spiritual stuff, if you want to call it that. But depending on how you feel about it, it's down to you how you manifest that into being, Sanvi. I like Lumi. Pretty in Pink says, how does A feel about me currently? There is a death card here in reverse, which means that they're holding on to a cycle. So there could have been some major upheaval in your life with them. So it seems like this was something that they're holding on to that they need to let go of. So sometimes this could be an argument, this could have been that they broke up with you, something in the past that made the upheaval happen, and they're still not letting go. They're working hard for this relationship though. So it's hard because they're still holding on to this, and if this tips balance, then it's going to be hard for them to kind of not deal with it. They actually have to let it go and move on. I'm just life. Am I the one for me? Will he ever love me? It seems so. There is the love is there, so I definitely think it. He's also kind of very obtuse. So he's starting to wake up and realize that you might not be around forever. The happiness, the sun, so that is happiness, joy, just summer overall, just radiance, and also Queen of Wands. So you're very, very, you can be extroverted. You have a lot of energy when it comes to your friends. You're a very passionate person. So it seems like you're very much um it's just life. I would say that this is the case. That you're the one for him and he will love you. SSK, after that question, you might need to take a break, honey. Zaya says, hello, my boyfriend Stanley was moody today when I was talking to. He was, he was trying not to take it out on you, but he was talking to other people and they made him stressed. So he was like trying not to be angry and he was trying to control his temper, but it didn't work. So realize that it wasn't you, it was other people. Okay? Moon Moon says, why am I in love with him? Why did I meet him on social media? Fall for him? I think that you're a very easy person to fall in love with people. It's also because he has a cool exterior, so you might be attracted to people that tend to be on the outside very cold. Um, Also, it seems like you have a type or you pick someone that is. So I feel like cold and cool. Like you have this kind of thing that you like this person. Also, you see that they are liked by other people as well. So that has changed your thing. So it seems like overall, you might get in contact with this person and it might happen, but overall I feel like you guys are from the outside probably very different. So it might be that you manifest a relationship, but it might not be completely a relationship. So in your messages keep getting retracted. Is there any reason why they're getting deleted? I'll do yours now, just so we finish this up. Anybody else got skipped? Because then we could do this, but I don't know why people are getting skipped tonight. That's okay, that's fine. Okay, so in this is going to be a lot because you've been waiting for a while. So this is interesting. So you said health, career, relationship, and future. So I think that you are not really helping yourself. And this might be in the way that you say you want these things, because there is a self-deception card. There seems to be parts of your house that are not helping you with your goals. So if that's the case where you have snacks in your house, if you're actually like wanting to be healthy and you have like unhealthy snacks in your house and stuff like that, there's a lot of things that you can do at home. There's also miscellaneous spending that's actually taking money from you. And there's also probably irritability and mood, which is coming through, and this could be linked to what you're eating if there's snacks that get eaten in your house. There's also these things, so it seems like you are supposed to go on a journey, but you haven't taken that journey yet. It seems like you're getting withdrawn from that. So, um, I will check. I haven't come up to the next retractor, Renee. So it seems like um this is the case here, is that you know how to take this journey, you just haven't taken it yet. And the full, it seems like you're called to enjoy your life, not to worry about it. So it seems like work on the things, the ambient environment, and this will help you in. Overall, you'll actually work on everything else if you stop having as much anxiety, because the card's saying no worries. You know, it'll be fine tomorrow. Do everything else and it will come back into alignment for you. So I hope that helps you in. Fatin says, why does Yasin want a relationship with me? His thoughts, please. This person's actually withdrawing away from other people, and also he's not excited. So I don't feel like this person overall, Fatin, wants a relationship with you, because there doesn't seem to be any attraction or any chase there. So it probably is that you've shown interest in him. He just doesn't want to be interested in you. Sorry. um Sometimes I've had to go back because it will delete. If I to refresh the chat, it will change that. So Renee, you've got your questions here. Was there any other ones before this one? Drew feelings for me, and is he trustworthy? Honestly, this person is a yin and yang partnership with you, but there's like some old kind of feeling to this person. So they feel very old inside. So it seems like this person has lived a life that's quite heavy. I guess that's what I would say. I see no reason why this person can't be trustworthy. They probably do feel like sometimes you do act out, probably, Sonia, to them without them realizing what they've done wrong. So sometimes they could be highly dramatic if they came towards you and you're like, you're lying, and then like truth. So I don't see any deception cards there. You're very welcome, Renee. Do you realize that sometimes I have to go up and down chat because that's the case? So it's fine. It's fine. Guys, don't stress. If I do skip you, realize that's no, it's okay. It's fine. This is why I'm on the internet. If I was not on the internet, it would be less drama. We'll talk about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard now. And then we'll have drama. It's okay. I'll bring the tea. It's fine. You know. Rene, sorry, is Uma socially attracted to me? This is interesting because this person's mentally got out of kind of a very heavy headspace. They're not attracted to you now. That doesn't mean that won't switch. I'm going to actually ask the pendulum today. It's okay. It's fine. We can bring the tea and I can sit down. Actually, I'll have an iced tea after all of that. So it's fine. It's fine. It happens, guys. Don't worry. Don't stress. I hope that helped you in as well. Okay, So is Uma going to be sexually attracted to this person in the future? Give it time to stabilize because it's being a little bit weird. Yeah, it says yes. So I feel like I'm right on the cards as well. You're very welcome, Redo. Dee says any indication. Sorry, in that it seems like there was a lot of things tonight. So don't worry, don't stress, guys. Is there any indication where I get engaged, please and thank you? Firstly, honestly, this person might be in a little bit of space where they get stressed easily. Your other partner. So Dee, your partner right now is quite stressed and kind of bogged down. Knight of Cups means that they're coming out of wherever they were, like they were kind of in a big headspace right now, and they're getting resolved, and there's extra money coming in. So you need to like put those things aside, Dee. And then yes, I do see you getting engaged. It's just at the moment there's a lot of stress on your partner. So they haven't thought about getting engaged until they resolve that. Sarah says, what are David's next actions towards me? This seems interesting because Sarah, it seems like this person's going to check out their options and they're going to be kind of wise about checking out their options. So this could just be that you are in a phase of very early dating. So this give this person some time to work on that, okay? Love says, will we ever be in a relationship? Will he love me? I know he doesn't know I exist. I love him so much. I think at the moment the mental struggle is driving you insane. I think this person does know you exist, and there's going to be a connection there in the future. I don't know how strong this connection will be, though. So it's kind of a hard thing because I think that once you get to know this person, love, you might change the way that you see them. Subliminal shop. So did Ian get his message? Is he the one for me? If not, can I make him the one by manifesting him? It's interesting because there is this love connection, so it seems like the expectations are here. So whether or not we like it to say that we have expectations of relationships, so this person won't tick all your boxes, subliminal. Actually, most people won't because we want people to be exactly like us, but then we would also kill us. Like if there was a person exactly like us, we would strangle them. So sometimes you've got to realize that asking if that person's the one for me, it's up to your expectations. So this person won't tick all your boxes. Can you manifest them to be your partner and have that bond? Yes. I don't doubt it, subliminal. So So Aries and Libra, I did do yours, but unfortunately, I did like talk out loud. You might have not heard me though. So if you feel like you got skipped, let me know. Hello, Virgo. How are you? Okay, Stay says, we live in different countries. He doesn't know me, but I'm in love with him. Is there a chance of us being together? Is he in love with someone? Will we ever be in a relationship? Says Stay. I think so. This person, though, has to work on love instead of money. So it seems like they are chasing money, not love, Stay. But if you keep at it, I'm very sure that this person will come to your life because you're manifesting them in as being part of your household. So I definitely feel like that's the case. Okay, so did we get everybody? Magical Alive says, "Why did I come across him? I'm in love with him now. Are we meant to be together, or is it just a life lesson?" Your heart is healing, so it might be just because like your heart is healing, you want someone that's safe, you know? So this person might not know that you're ever in love with them. So it takes them to be safe. That's why you've attached to them strongly. Also, it's time for self reflection. Why do you get attracted to people that are safe, that are not going to be in love with you? Magical life. So sometimes this is hard because this is purely psychological, and that's hard to hear, but it can be just that at the moment you choose these people because of this way. Libra says, I've asked for a general in love for this month, please, and you're getting it. Honestly, though, saying that you get lots of interest, you might not like everybody, Libra. There seems to be not a lot of options this month coming in for love, but that's okay, you know? Um, enjoy the interest while it's here. Yes, of course I do know you, Haley. How is everybody? I'm sorry that it's so delayed because that's the case. So it's clear now. I hope that in you got that one, Libra. Cleo says, how did the men and women at my work think or feel about me? Honestly, you're the happiest person in the office. Like, you have boundless energy, but you also, Cleo, get highly distracted and don't stay on task. That's the only thing that they want to, like, really iterate about you. But the rest of it, like, honestly, you're doing great. There's someone that particularly doesn't like you. This might be a colleague that's very grumpy, but that's the case. So this is a male colleague, but the rest of it, yes, your sunshines and rainbows at work, Cleo. Tatos says, hi there. What does Sagittarius I've been talking on and off think about me? Honestly, they don't know whether they like the energy or the vibe of you playing with them. So it seems like you're not really playing with them at all and not having that fun kind of play. You're tired. You're like being very serious, Tatos, and you need to be more playful. King of Wands, the upright means that Tatos, if you're feminine, this is masculine. This person's willing to invest in you. So that's the case. Well, look, just close your eyes. This is a magic glitter. Psychic glitter. There you go. Okay. I hope that cheered you up. There you go. Lamau, I just saw my reading. I want a vacuum. Oh, that's so interesting. If I remember correctly, the financial offer was the idea I was overlooking. Exactly, Jessica. I'm going good, Karen. Katrin says, "What are R's feelings for me?" Hello, KSM. So, Page of Cups and Knight of Wands. So, this seems like this person's doing a lot of self-reflection and not a lot of chasing. So, Katrin, it might be time to back off and allow them to kind of come towards you, because they're at the moment in a thinking phase, not a doing phase. So, kind of do realize that they might not be there completely. Not the original one, correct. Jessica, it could have been because you're in this that you actually find your financial offer through this one. So sometimes it's hard because when you actually think of the first one, you were like, oh yeah, I know exactly what it is. But now we've got in connection, it could be that that one was that offer all along. Yes, and I definitely say outgoing and put yourself out there. Yes. Okay, so Kushbu says, "What does my ex-lover feel for me now?" Um, they feel like that that relationship crumbled and there was nothing that they could do. There's no grudges towards you at all, Kushbu. I think this person's just realized that it possibly, or it felt to them like it was their fault about that, so that's the case. Subblast says hi. Karen says, "May I have general, please, about what I really need to know?" So, Queen of Wands, upright. So, if you are feeling like a lack of energy or lack of abundance, it's time to actually reach out and connect with friends. There is a thing about journeys and not taking them. So, at the moment, you might not feel like you're ready to take some journeys that are coming up, and you should take them. There is a overus to spend, and it might be just linked to that you're not feeling um good about yourself, so you're actually spending. So this is like your cycle right now is that you're spending because you don't feel good, and that might need to stop, Karen. The Page of Swords. Yeah, there's something here that you're not being honest about, and it could be just that you're feeling like this is going to help you. This cycle here, and not taking that adventurous journey, because wands are all about passion, adventure. They're very highly adventurous people, so if you're actually putting yourself in a box and not technically taking that adventure, then that's what's actually putting you in that feeling. Lovely says, "Why do I have moles on only the right side of my body?" Apparently when you got made, or when you were a deer, the cards say that they ran out of moles on one side of your body. That's why you don't have moles. It's like only moles on one side. So it feels like it's a joke, but that's what the cards want to say. Sorry, lovely. I think that felt to be like a joke. Like, hey, we ran out of bowls today. Subla says, what are A's current thoughts about me? So this is interesting as well. We brought this back up again, and this might be time for them to think they're not doing anything, unfortunately. So it seems like a period of self-reflection. So that might be thinking about how you fit in the relation to your life. So okay. That's probably what the spending is, and you're feeling bad because of the spending. Is there any way, Karen, that you can go and do the venture without it taking money from you? Like, there's probably a couple of places that you can apply to actually go on holiday, Karen, that will help you with the expenses of the medical because you could go on trips with them. There's something to do with that you can go on that venture. So there might be some charities around that can help you because that's definitely coming out clearly. Thank you, Jessica. It's not 294 viewing hours. It's actually 248 subscribers. 1,105 hours. So if anybody wants to just sit here and enjoy the ambience tonight, I would definitely appreciate that. Sultana says, hi, ma'am. Current feelings of Abdul. What does he think about me right now? Thank you. There might be some anger and disagreements in your relationship with this person, Sultana, but honestly, they're very glad that they have you to come home to. There seems to be something about you that they're always going to stay around to. So it seems like they're very easy to forgive. Overall, I feel like they don't hold grudges quite easily. So, well, it's probably less. I got that the other day and did a calculator, so it's probably better, guys. We need to get. So then I can because you guys watch ads unless you're using ad blocker right now, and that money goes straight to YouTube's pockets, the meanies. So. Last question. You are very welcome. I was wondering if you could tell me anything about my future partner, timeline, general, etc. This is funny because everyone wants like an in-depth reading, and sometimes it's hard because there's not that much. I feel like this person you probably know already, that's in your life already and is in your circle of influence already. So you're probably not excited about this person whatsoever, Jessica. So it seems like this person's already here. You just need to take control of this relationship to make it happen. So it seems like yeah, that they're very close and they've expressed interest in you before. So there's an expressed interest, but yeah, you've never taken them up on it. So it seems to be like your future partner is very close to you. Gloomy, you got skipped? I didn't see your question, Gloomy. I do not see your question at all, Gloomy. Still not up yet. Where are you on the list? You came in quite late, so so it's going to take me a while to get to yours, Gloomy. Go and have a cup of tea and come back. Nilsuke says, what's coming into summer for me? There's maybe like an argument or a fight, time to decompress and downtime. Like, honestly, decompress and downtime. Page of Wands, relearn to like take your time to actually approach journeys again, because it seems like you've learned how to take those journeys, you just haven't got to there. So it seems like time to get out of yourself, go and explore, take time to relax, and realize that conflict sometimes is natural. You're very welcome. Thank you, Jessica. Blamey says, how do I influence my family then and now? Okay, so the in the past, you used to be your family's rock, their strengths. You brought prosperity and abundance to your family, but now it seems that with your like with the few with now it seems like they aren't getting as much like food on the table, and they also feel like you brought chaos to the family. So it seems like with you gone, there's not as much stability there for them. It seems like your life partner. I would definitely say Jessica for you. Samvi says, should I give up on him? Is there someone else for me? At the moment, there's probably not anybody else coming in for you, because at the moment you need to get your life in order, Samvi. There's some chaos that you're not moderating your life about, and if you go through your life being this chaos, you will create chaos in your life. But that said, this can always change, you know. This is why we say like the future is always non-fixed. Based on how we deal with it, this is how we deal with it. Your partner doesn't express emotions properly, Samvi. They know how to communicate. That's the most annoying part, is they know how to communicate with you, they just don't do it. So I wouldn't say that stay around for this if you want to actually just learn how to control your life without them, because sometimes when we're in a relationship, we're not going to fix ourselves, because sometimes that becomes our band-aid. SSK, will my husband live long? Yes, based on the emperor, I would say yes. Quite a very long life. He's he seems like he needs to be more active, because the last reading I had was that he needs to work on his health, but overall he seems to be pretty happy. Okay, so Les Mis says, do you see me moving to France? Okay, so honestly, keep on planting the seed, keep on growing this seed, because it seems to be very likely that you can move to France. You just need to do that. It might not be completely who you're thinking about, but sometimes it's funny when we say that and you're like, wait, it can't be that person, and you're like, it could be. um, so it seems like your mum's not going to want to move to France, Elizabeth. So that will kind of finito that. So honestly, you'll probably move, but your family won't move there. Suggestion for my career, please. Interestingly enough, I think this is helping people that are older. Like, the thing that's brought out to me is like a carer or someone that is KN looks after people that cannot look after themselves. So it is a rehabilitation, um, a carer that looks after people. I feel like this tends to be more physical just based on the King of Wands directionally, but it seems like you really care about these people. So I feel like it's more a physical thing. So it's not like how would I say, a doctor in geriatric care. It's more being the physical version of that, KN. Okay, so shall I meet my husband future in my country or abroad? I think in your country, Fatin, not abroad, because the world reverse means that they're closer than you think they are. How will the people back in the house receive the contents of the letter? One is in them. It's full of them. Okay. So Cosset, this is all of them. So the first one, F, male, is going to be clinging on with fear. So they might be clinging on to you, wanting not to let go. O, female, um, didn't see eye to eye while you were there, so it seems like this means that you guys are moving out, like, so the just like opinions of differences. S male is going to take it in their stride. They always do, so they don't panic about anything. And a Q male is going to be thrown into chaos. So it kind of feels like these two will miss you the most, and the other ones won't miss you as much. So it seems like these guys tend to be more detached in general. You're very welcome. Okay, so tenant, well, it says, what's my talent? Okay, so what is your talent? um, sorry, tenant, I had to laugh at this. They're being very funny tonight. One of your talents is to hold on to the past. You're very good, possibly holding on to past things that have happened to you. Um, Possibly like my younger sister holding grudges. And yeah, Um, the other thing is that you're very good at looking at things that you possibly reapproaching things from a different point of view. I think those are the two things, Tenant Wild, that are your talents. But yeah, the cards are being kind of funny there. Sorry. I am not on Twitter Spaces or Clubhouse. I like set up a Discord and then haven't put it in the thing because I am a derp. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at myself and choking on myself. Yeah, true. Only me. A payout says Vishal love me. You might be tracing this person a little bit too hard, and this is kind of creating this bit a payout that honestly you need to let them chase you, and you need to take a back step because yes, at the moment you're probably being too much for them, and then just not getting that attraction because we get attracted to things that are further away from us, that are out of our league or out of our expectations. So You're very welcome, Libra. Sorry, guys, that it took me very long tonight. Sorry, Renee, if you're still here. I appreciate that sometimes YouTube can be very annoying. So hi, Cass. I'm still thinking of classic book translations. Should I translate the first one or book? Okay. So the first book unfortunately seems to be quite a struggle. So you need to approach this again differently. Book 2 seems like you can work through it. It seems like victory, but it's more like you can actively struggle against this and get there. So this seems to be a different way of approaching it. It would be more streamlined, but it might be harder to approach this. So I would definitely say book 2 for you, Cassandra. I keep forgetting links, unfortunately. Like some people like you should have super chat. I'm like I can't until I'm monetized. Danica says, "Will I enter a new relationship soon?" Danica, it seems like you've been in a big headspace right now that's going to clear. Also that you're probably a very terrible flirt, Danica. So when you like someone, you're very over the top. They say, Danica. Um, Honestly, I think at the moment it might be just time to just relax and not worry about stuff. Thank you, Palak. It's just like one of those things that you might just need to relax because, Danica, you might be just too anxious. And when you go on dates, you might be like, you know, and sometimes that's the case. Pinklight says, "Will my mom still be friends with my childhood bully, Sabina, and her mom?" Maybe my mom doesn't get it, or maybe she hates me, or is a narcissist. It's hard because, like, honestly, your mom, Pinklight, probably sees the good in everyone. So don't worry. Like, there is a fear-based attachment with you to this past with Sabina, that you have to let go of. And it's okay if you realize that it's okay to kind of not be so attached to this, to let yourself drop into a kind of bit that you don't hang around when they're there. But it seems like you need to naturally stop being so scared and fall into a place that you're comfortable with. Because at the moment, you're holding on quite a lot of fear. And this is not poisoning your, like, what it was it like the whole idea. What is it called? You know, when you're talking about something like rolling stone gathers no rust, like it's a thing, like a general thing. It's like don't drink poison if you want other people to get poisoned. And so therefore you might have to think, okay, well, I'm actually holding on to a lot of fear. Who's that like affecting? It's me. So don't drink the poison that's meant for other people. Don't poison anybody, guys. That's not what I mean. Okay, that's all right. Thank you, Jessica. I definitely appreciate it. I like ideas. KSM, I skipped your question? Oh, I did. Let me let me hold these because I think that I won't need them for the next reading. So KSM says, "What is my person hiding from me?" It's interesting because they're hiding the little bits of money are coming in, so they're like honestly holding on to that. The other thing that they're holding on to is like they're not looking after themselves very well at home. So it seems like they're hiding money from you, but they're also hiding that they're not looking after themselves. If that helps you, KSM. I felt like I did that, but like sometimes maybe I'm not reading them. Sorry. Pride and Prejudice says love reading. So honestly, you have to be more in control of love and money. The cards are saying there's also something that you wanted that you have to reevaluate and get back to it. So honestly, you can get this. And also, what are you struggling with? It possibly is money, but you're winning against it. So it seems like you're mentally struggling with these things. And it might be easier if you kind of clear your a bit objective point of view. If you think love is hard, then love will always get brought in, um, because we can only manifest around our blocks that we have right now. And sometimes that means that money is a struggle, money is always not working. So depending on what your struggles are, you can only manifest around your box. CS says a message from the guy NN for teleperformance to me. So this seems like you are not choosing a life choice and you need to plan to do so. The rest of your energy is fine. It's just that you need to address these two because you are putting them off overall. So yes. Where is hello, Ramis? It might be a while, so grab your tea. Okay, so Palik, are you still here? Palik went and grabs the tea, so I hope Palik's still here. Do we have any? I don't, cat. Unless you buy like any of my tarot readings off eBay, that's in the UK. There's no testimonials anywhere, unfortunately. I wish. I don't know whether Palik's here, so I'm gonna move on to Ant and wait for Palik. Is Daniel happy with the girl he's currently connected with? So it seems like this person possibly is not happy with this connection. And because he seems like he's deciding whether she's good enough or someone else is better. So it seems like this person tends to have this comparison mind when it comes to relationships. Is Palik back yet? Queen Libra says, will people come to my event? Hello, Money! It might take me a while to get to yours, guys, because I scroll down, so everybody gets their reading done. So make sure to grab yourself a cup of tea. So Queen Libra, it seems like someone will come to your event. There is a life choice that you're choosing not to choose. So it might be like one of those things that happens. That you could choose to make more people come to your event. So it seems like that life choice is definitely it. Also, this King of Pentacles said could help you with some money or some investment to help other people do. So what was it? Palik, you here? Cause Palik went for tea. Kashish says, should I message Karen Aratra? Will he talk to me? It seems like this person tends to be very much stuck in the future right now, but he he will talk to you, but do realize this person's heart is healing. So honestly, Kashish, it might be not a particularly great conversation because it seems like they're very stuck in the future. Is Palak here? Might have to do Palak's one before I move down. So, current feelings of Vikram, brother towards me. He loves me, cares for me. Thank you. Page of Cups. This person's probably thinking about a lot about themselves right now, Palak, but they also do care about you, but they also think you're a pain in the ass, which is coming from your brother. What did you expect? I think that obviously siblings are there if they go through the things. Are you wanting tarot and Reiki to be your primary income? I would like it to be at least a secondary income for me. Gloomy, you're here. Husband gets a good posting offer. Should we accept that? It'll be beneficial for us as a family. So it seems like you're called to be a little bit of a breadwinner in this. Also, it seems like your husband might not have ideas about this posting offer. So it seems like it might be like one of those things that you should accept, but realize that it might be only a temporary thing and you might need to move to another thing as well. Any hour restrictions per day per week? Not at the moment. It's kind of a weird thing that it's hard because I don't want to work when it's kind of like nighttime like this. And this is why I do the tarot readings for free on YouTube at night, because then I just feel like it's easier for me overall. is is money coming in for you? I don't know. A Gloomy says no, it is Gabby, sorry. Hi, Antoine's versus Maxine's feelings towards me, please. So Antoine's Gabby is healing. So honestly, this person's trying to do their best. Maxim's not actually communicating and not cooperating towards you. So it seems like Antonin is wanting this relationship more with you. Money, it's not yet. It is going to take a little bit. So grab yourself a cup of tea and come back. I'm a Virgo who's trying to get back into contact. There's quite a lot of people that want to come back into contact with you, Gloomy. It's also that they might be chasing money, not love. So do realize that no, love versus money. Sorry. So they are chasing love, not money. So it's kind of an interesting thing. So be careful because sometimes they might not say no. Not take no as the option. Pollock, yes. Thank you. Happy Girl Hi says, what does Carol think about me? Will he contact me? Happy Girl, honestly, this person's heart is healing. I don't feel like they're going to contact you because they're just like being themselves and being in a state that they really don't think about it much. So they probably won't contact you because their heart is healing and they're just going around their days, you know. SBMC says, how does Leo currently feel about you? There's strength and also the moon. So the problem is with the Leos, they sometimes get too strong. So they tend to push people away because they tend to judge them quite harshly. So do you realize that you possibly have activated your Leo right now like that, SBMC? But that's okay. You know, like Leos, give them their space to come back. Awesome. So what is your family hiding from you? There's a lot from your family. Jesus Christ. It's a whole thing. So maybe I'll just shuffle. Okay, I'll take that. There's something about your father here, Karen. There's something about, like, your father being quite a flirt. I think that's the case. There's also, like, not a lot of options for your family. There seems to be that case. And they might have not particularly always wanted you as a child. So sometimes it's hard because when we are children, it might be that we weren't expected to be a child. That's putting it mildly. But sometimes it's hard because we came along and then they loved us. So it's like a hard thing for us to address overall, is that we are here now, and we just have to deal with that sometimes we were just meant to be here. So sometimes that can be a hard thing. Yes, so there seems to be like not a lot of options for your family overall. This could be just that they have never dealt with a lot of things that are outside their comfort zone. They could be in a state of complaints about a lot of things because they just don't see them. If that helps you. SSK says, I'm going through a tough phase in my life from the 8 years of spiritual awakening. Maybe is that period over, still left? Honestly, you're going through a tough phase. You've done very well with this tough phase, SSK, but do realize that it's not over. You're actually called to reconcile with your other side. So sometimes this can be shadow work that you need to do, you need to address. I still have like a tarot shadow workbook that I have to go through, but like I've done 2 pages of it, and then I realized when I was writing down something, I just started crying, and I was like, what? This is like so long ago. And not to like make you guys cry on stream, but it was like my first dog ever. And yeah, I didn't realize how much that affected me. And I'm like, tears pouring down my face while I'm writing this. I'm like, my God, right. I'm glad I reconciled that. But yeah, like spiritual journeys are not like, they don't end. You just have to hold on tight. I think it was my mom, my narc in my family, not my dad. Can you verify, please? It's hard because obviously with moms, they want the best for us. So sometimes, depending on how your mom is, which I think that she asks for something and then she doesn't get what she wants and she still keeps on doing it the same way without there kind of being a reconciliation on that your part, Pink Light. She's just using it because she is your mother. And I think this is hard because sometimes with so the interesting thing, and I'll tell you just from a baseline. So I can't diagnose people here. I'm not going to diagnose anybody with narcissism or border. I could say they might have that, but I'm not trained to tell you anything, you know. But the interesting thing is that women tend to be less diagnosed with uh, um, bipolar personality, borderline personality, and also type A personality, which is now the actual terms for psychopath and sociopath, because they're now called type A overall. So that's an interesting thing to know. Also, it seems like she's always kind of compared you with others. So this is hard because I feel like these traits of they are slightly narcissistic traits overall, but they tend to be like overwhelmingly female, because I don't know if men can have the same thing, like men would throw down or give up, but moms tend to have that energy sometimes. Palak, no, 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 you didn't get skipped. Go back in time. I did yours. I did yours for a long time ago. Go back, because I was calling your name. So go back in time, Palak. For elements, that's what's coming up for you in general. Thank you. There is a temptation to believe that you're not cared for and not loved. That is definitely coming out strongly. Also, realize your heart is healing, and sometimes that does mean that you do have some unlovable traits associated to just because you're healing for elements. But do realize that people still love and care for you. So don't worry about them kind of abandoning you, because they won't. You're very welcome. I was calling your name and you went for your cup of tea. A trait of female narcissism is overt sexuality and overly feminine and weak behavior. It's hard because like there's so many traits of narcissism. One of the what is it, Dr. Ramadi? You can get a lot of her stuff like on online, but she's one of the top researchers in narcissism. And I love her. If you do want to know a lot more about narcissism, I would definitely say go and check her out, because she is amazing. What is my best friend's mean really think about me? This is interesting because KSM, like this person does see your generous side. Like honestly, they do see you want to go far in life, but you also want to bring your friends. And you're also a thinker. You tend to think quite a lot before you do anything. So you tend to hold back from a lot of things. There's a lot to unpack about you as well. So it seems like that you do value your advice and value your time. You didn't get skipped. You didn't get skipped, money. So honestly, it's going. Where are you now? Money. It's going to be a while because I have not seen your question yet. Oh yes, Impact Theory is amazing. And the School of Greatness, if you like podcasts. Okay, so why does Libra come back to me? His feelings and his tensions. So he possibly felt like he missed out the first time, Gabby, and he's trying to like come back again to have you back in their life. So it seems like that's the case now. Is like he's trying to make up for lost time. You're very welcome, Karen. Yeah, thank you. Cat toxic. You're very welcome, KSM. I'm glad everyone's here. If you do want to help me out and you have all your questions answered, please stay around and enjoy the vibes, okay? So Queen Libra is Lisa being fake towards me? I don't think so. But there's like someone else here, Queen, that is affecting her behavior. So this might be actually her boyfriend. There's someone else that is kind of controlling her behavior when she meets you, because there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with your relationship. It's this person, they might be slightly possessive. And they're masculine, so that's why I said boyfriend. Okay, so everybody. Okay, Sanfi says, will I ever find true love? So there is this weird thing here. So death is a cycle. I'm going to pull out a card for the devil. So there seems to be okay. So there's a cycle ended for you, Samvi, which you're actually going to get past. There's also addiction to possibly deal with attracting rich men that don't actually spend money on you. They hold on to money. They're very obsessed about money. They don't spend it on you. And you will actually get looked after your partner, but you might be actually this person might do a trade. They might not earn as much money as you think, like with this chasing of this one. But honestly, they care about you and protect you. So they're a very caring human being, but they might be a little bit rough, of course, on the outside. So they seem to be working with their hands quite a lot. So Sanfi, that seems to be the case, that they will give you everything that they bring in, but you have to realize that they're not going to be that rich. They're going to be happy. They're going to have, you're going to have everything that they get, but you've got to realize that they're not going to be rich. Hello, Diamond Bay! I'm still here. Oh, thank you for staying on. I definitely appreciate it. The Zohar says, what is Scorpion his feelings towards me? There is a life choice here and a wheel of fortune. So this person is making a life choice towards you, Zohar. So this is usually like, should I stay? Should I commit? Should I be in a relationship? Should I be single? So this person is actually making this life choice, and they're putting this on the wheel of universe. So they're taking this gamble that it's going to pay off. So they're kind of watching the ebb and flow. So they're in a good state. Cat Toxic says, will Patrick change and stop doing what I don't like? Well, mentally, like, you're going to be free of this. Patrick won't change. But you might not care. This is definitely Patrick. So, you're very welcome, Palek. Hello, Jude. Lemme, can we please check if Nicholas is my true twin flame? And a message from him. He could possibly be your twin flame, but he's not going to give you like anything. I think that's the case. Is like Nicholas is not going to give you any money right now. It feels like this person's very money obsessed. So it seems like at the moment that all they're thinking about is money. Um and it's funny cuz like unless you have money, this person's not interested right now. So it's kind of a funny thing. But that's where they are. Lily says, "What's the first impression of people of me?" Firstly, you are a divine. So honestly, you're the thing is, Lily, you're divine feminine. So honestly, you have this beautiful aspect of a femininity about you that shines through. Firstly, and that you tend to attract things to you. You tend to have a very charismatic personality. Weirdly enough, I feel like a lot of people stare at you and you don't notice until you look around, but you tend to have that as well. Ruxana says, will Wasm contact me until July? Yes, I feel like this person might take their time getting back to you, Ruxana. So I wouldn't expect them to be anytime soon. Vagina! Vagina! How are you, Vagina? Hey, you put down a question and then you didn't. General love rating. So it seems like you can get this, Bajana. You just need to reapproach it again. It seems very close. And your mood is affecting the whole kind of general love. So it seems like you're called to express feelings of love. And when you express feelings of love, you manifest love much more quickly because love comes to the people that show love. In most of the times you bring in things if you express them as well. So Gloomy says, did I do yours? Yes, I did. So yes, there is someone coming in for you, Gloomy, but you need to plan this. So it seems like this will happen, but then you have to actually say, yes, I want to reconcile with this person. Bulha says, "Hi, will I do good in my exams?" I think you shouldn't worry about this so much, Bulha, because it seems like you're going to go well, so don't worry. One thing that you need to do more is you need to answer the questions a little bit more detailed. You tend to rush, and that tends to help um with lower marks. So if you do like very slowly, do the thing and don't stress and relax, you're going to do very well on your test, your exam. Sayha says, will I get engaged this year, and how do you describe my future husband? I would definitely say that you will get married this year. Yeah, so engaged and possibly married. So it seems very fast. um your husband will be a very good reflect of emotions. So they tend to pick up emotions very readily. So they can be quite a kind of sensitive person. So they do swing quite wildly if they pick up any emotion towards. So honestly, if you're happy around them, they'll be happy. They tend to be naturally a positive and very upbeat person. So sometimes it's kind of hard because they're definitely an empath. They work in sales or something that is actually very competitive, I feel. That's what I'm picking up from this. They have a natural gift for the gab. So they do talk quite a lot in general. Haley says, "Hi, do you remember me?" I do, Haley. I would like to know if you see anything good for me on the 9th of June. It's my birthday. And I also have an interview tomorrow for a primary school teacher. Yay! Haley. So it seems like the tower. So maybe last birthday wasn't that great for you, Haley. This one seems like you can rebuild it and it's much better. There's also the whole idea that you have to go into this primary school teacher thing with your serious face on, Haley, because it seems like you're called to be look responsible. Because you might be very young and everybody that's in this place is kind of older, so you have to be very very much in your like responsible clothes. And yes, so realize that that's the case. Priya is in journey with Iman, twin flame or karmic. I feel like this is more um a soulmate connection, because this is not a connection of different people. This could actually be a twin flame. So sorry for a second. Because this can be the divine feminine and divine masculine meeting together and combining to be a whole. So it can be a yin yang partnership. So this is an interesting thing because they do complete each other. Now, sometimes you can say this is different because they are divine opposites of each other, but sometimes when I think about it, a twin flame can be your complete uh complete you, but in that opposite where they're divine masculine or divine feminine. So it could be very possible that they're twin flames. Hello, Bookworm. How are you? Go and grab yourself a cup of tea. It might take me a while to get to your reading today. Hello, Scorpio. How are you? That the same advice applies, unfortunately, Scorpio. We're running late. Karen, how long are we waiting on readings right now? Does anyone know? Priya says Priya. Oh, okay. uh, Alita says, "Why do I keep attracting the same type of person?" Well, Alina, this is quite easy. Sorry, Elena. Sorry, completely called you Elena there. So, Eleanor, there's a fear-based attachment to you in the past that keeps on holding you to these kinds of people because you keep trying to hold on to them out of fear. There's also the world, so it seems like you have like a very, very close comfort zone, so you don't like stepping out of your comfort zone. So if anybody that comes in that's slightly different, you kind of give excuses why you're not together with them. So those two. Yes, of course you can. So Scorpio, just for a second, if anyone could type this up, Scorpio, it might take me a while to get to your reading because I scrolled down. Jade's um hey Cass, is Aries I going to try to contact me this month? It seems like this needs to be planned to contact, so it seems like this is more on you than them, Jades. So that's the case. Gabby says, have I met the one for me yet? You kind of met someone that could have been right for you, but it was at a period of time in your lives that you were struggling with a lot of things, so you let this person go. So it's interesting enough that usually they say by science, 1 out of 10 people are completely right for you, like Mr. Right. So it's kind of a hard thing if you think about it, is that there would be people that would be completely compatible with you. But I feel like there was someone that you let go that would have been perfect. But that's okay. That's just because you weren't ready for them. Thank you, Karen. Sunbala says, what are your thoughts towards me? Well, firstly, this is a distraction, but this is a distraction from their workload. They are quite a workaholic, Sunbala. So honestly, spending time with you is great. They actually need to be more present-minded, so you're bringing them back to the present. And they enjoy time with you, but it's kind of a hard thing because with this thing, they're very obsessed about earning money, so they might not be completely in a space where they're thinking about love overall. But you are a good part of their life for sure. Gloomy says, what is my twin flame feeling? What's their actions? So honestly, this twin flame, what they're feeling is like this happiness inside their home. They're very happy at home. So it's interesting to think that they've got what they've wanted for a very long time. So there's a lot of abundance, maybe a little bit of Amazon shopping in the background. Hierophant, it seems like they're wise. So this could be just a pile of books behind them. They tend to be very wise. They tend to read quite a lot, so okay, so Echatress says, what do you see in my near future? Someone did. Okay, I'll take the bottom one. Jesus Christ, cards. Being bossy today. They're telling me off. They're like, no, you gotta take everything. Okay, so interesting. What can I see in your near future? It seems like there's a lot of missed opportunities for you in the near future, Empress. It seems like you're called to be more open-minded. Think about a lot about where you would be if, how would I explain it? So one of the thoughts that you can do is that because you're very close to yourself, of course, because you live in your body, you live in your brain, there's got to be this bit where you step out of your body and you're now watching yourself go through the actions. And then you step out of that actions to the third person, and you're watching the first and the second person, and you know exactly what they're thinking. And then from a third person's objective, you become completely aware of everything that's surrounding you, and you realize that it's very like you become very detached from it because you start understanding what you need to do about the things, because it seems so easy from the outside. It doesn't seem easy on the inside, but it seems very easy on the outside. And Empress, it seems like you're very caught up now in your own space, in your own mind, and you're not actually seeing how you proceed from there because you're actually caught up in the emotional center of your brain. And you might need to do that where you see yourself from the second and the third person. AM says, hi Cass, when will I meet new people and have a significant relationship? Life hasn't been eventful lately, so curious. This is interesting because you're not wanting to be looked after or cared for, and you might not have the expectation of being looked after and cared for, AM. So it seems like this is actually holding you back from getting a really good relationship because it's not an expectation. So you need to know that your friends and your significant other will definitely give you a roof over your head and give you some food. Like that's the baseline of a relationship. That's like the start of it. Temperance in reverse, it seems like your life is not moderated, so it's got out of control slightly. And this is why you haven't been able to find any new people and you haven't had a significant relationship because you're not planning. So it seems like you're not putting on that list like salsa lessons. You're not putting on the list, oh yeah, I'm going to drink with friends, you know? So you're not putting yourself in spaces and planning spaces that you're actually going to meet people because your life isn't in order, so you can't put yourself in these spaces to meet people. Okay, so Jacqueline says, is Zach Virgo is upset with me? What is his feelings for me? Honestly, this person's not upset with you, but they're like, how would I explain it? They're not excited and they're not chasing. So it seems like they're really being slightly self-destructive when it comes to this. They can be kind of reckless. So it seems like honestly they might be in a stage of their life that they tend to risk take a lot more, um, Jacqueline, and it seems like you should let them go if they're not going to be completely stable. Because sometimes this could be a hard lesson for you to learn because they're not going to be stable at all. They might be very much a reckless person. Pride and Prejudice says, why do I look the way I look? How do people see me? This is the interesting. Right. So honestly, people's judgments are fair. Pride and Prejudice, it looks like you're not careful or you're not caring for yourself. So it seems like from the outside, like when you walk down the street, you might not look like you're being careful. You might actually dress to attract other people's attentions too, which is probably a bad thing because overall, like, people do judge you maybe on the way that you dress as well. So it's hard because I would say that there's some kind of attention that you want that's probably not the attention that you want overall. I and it's kind of hard because I don't know what it is. Yeah, so I definitely think that on the outside, Pride and Prejudice, and it's probably true, is you're not looking after yourself. So maybe some serves of fish, some serves of vegetables. Eat your avocados and your tomatoes to make your skin glow. Eat your fish to keep your brain healthy and your hair healthy. Lots of things there. Lynn says, hi again, beautiful Cassandra. Aw, what are my person's thoughts about me currently? I don't know whether they're thinking about you. Did they go out somewhere? Because this seems like they've gone drinking with friends or something like that. Their friends are trying to convince them to do something stupid. So it seems like a mate's thing out, or like something like that they're kind of getting talked into doing something stupid. But they're not thinking about you currently, unfortunately. Karen says I have to get electric wheelchair. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I can see why you're like it's like expending a lot, but I know that that's the case. We can show Cassandra support and love by kicking the lick, like and share and subscribe. I'll definitely try to lick the mic. No, I won't. It's an expensive mic. I'm not gonna lick it. It might be about 20 minutes. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea. Sarah says, can you describe my future husband and his looks? Honestly, he looks pretty average from the outside. So wherever you live, he probably look very normal. He blends into the background quite quickly. So he's got the appearance of people around him. I think that you'll get hooked on his smile, and he's very cheeky. So honestly, he's a very cheeky person. A tease. He teases you a lot. And you'll laugh at him and maybe try to kill him. Because, like, teasing can be something. Yeah, but I think he's got, like, one of those slow smiles, like you know that you're in trouble when he smiles slow, and you're like, oh no, that's the case. So yeah, honestly, I would say that you probably would think this person looks quite average. Um, but that's okay. I think his personality is quite a good. You've got yourself a keeper there for sure. About 50 minutes in delay in question. Thank you. Jenna says, hi, could I have a general reading, please? Jenna, it's hard because there is a lot of options around you. Be careful what you pick because some of these are not going to be real. They're going to be illusionary, so do take your time to think about that. There's also attention seeking in the past for you. So this could be why at the moment it's hard for you to pick these choices or pick these options. Now, this could be just in relation to how you feel when you choose things, is that you have sabotaged yourself before because you thought that they are going to give you something straight away. And most of the time they haven't, and then you've got angry and upset and you walked away from the thing, Janos, without realizing that you can actually get these things. It's just going to take time and dedication to get where you want. Okay. So Elenia says, hi, is Juwan going to call back today? Do you realize, guys, if you remember your timestamps for today, you can comment them down below after the reading, and you can come back and watch them anytime, okay? So if you really need to keep coming back to a reading, that's okay, but remember your timestamps. So Ju1 is not going to call you back today, but I think you expected that generally, Elenia. So I think that they will probably call you sometime this week, but yeah, that's the case. KSM says both friends say that the person I am with is committed to him. X, they feel like he's a narcissist. What do you get about my connection? Is interesting. The person I am with is committed to his ex. They feel like he's a narcissist. Out realizing that he's putting himself through mental breakdown, like a mental burnout, KSM. Unfortunately, you guys are perfect for each other than he is very tough on you. But he's very tough on himself, and he's going to find the hard way, KSM, that this is going to put him in like a big problem. If he keeps on going like this, he's going to burn himself out. So I would definitely say he's got narcissistic traits. But I think that I'm getting from him like there's no such thing as like he probably isn't a true narcissist overall. I feel like he does display narcissistic qualities, but we cannot always have narcissistic qualities and stuff like that. Tree says, will my person be tempted by my last email I sent him? Yes, from this Tree, yes, for sure. Libra says, may I ask what Pisces thoughts about me hanging out with my sister? Oh, okay. So Pisces, they do miss you a lot when you're gone, and they are very anxious about you not being around them when they're not there. It's also that they've had a fear-based attachment to you in the past. So it's like they're probably scared that your sister's going to talk to them about like abandoning them or something that's happened, so they're kind of worried that you might side with your sister. But overall, I think that they're just a natural anxious, possibly slightly fearful. Overall, their anxiety is quite a nervous one overall, and they might have to stop drinking a lot of caffeine because it's provoking that kind of nervous quality about them as well. Money, it's not yet done. Sorry, my love. It's going to be soon. Um, Tenant, well, it says, should I reconcile with my family or move on without them? I think that reconcilement's for the best, but do realize that you've got to plan this, tenant, and be realistic. Because even if you really want a close connection, you might have to realize that they want a closer connection than what you can give them. Libra says, "Hello, love. How will my love life go this week?" You might be a little bit scared about your love life or your fear about things going this week. But there seems to be that your bond is either going to go deeper or stronger, or you'll bring someone in for you this week. So, Ling, keep your eyes peeled. Don't get too scared and latch on to them, because sometimes if this is just like the person that's coming in and when you've done your first date and you're like, this is amazing, guys, then you latch on to this person, and if they're attachment avoidant, they're gonna run, they're gonna leave. It's funny because the stupid but really amazing eclipse energy is finally loosening up. That eclipse kicked my butt. I tend to forget about eclipses because a I tend to realize that a lot of times when you're thinking about like things too much, you tend to create these things. It's like what confirmation bias. So I tend to try to forget about eclipses and moon shifts and stuff like that and just get on with my life. I'm a very simple person when it comes to things. Diamond Bay! Diamond! This is your question. How does Ayan the Gemini feel about me now? I'm Scorpio. So honestly, we still have this beautiful yin yang energy. They're still deciding whether they want you or they don't want you. And they're thinking very much in the present when they should think about the future. Because sometimes when we're looking at something very close up, we don't want that, you know? And so therefore we tend to discard it because we're not really looking at the future and thinking, hey, wait, I can see myself in the future with this person. Okay, so okay, how close are we to everybody else's? Okay, money! You're very close. How long was that? Bro, shut up. Give me a second. Chill. I'll be good. I will get to your questions. Hi, new subscriber. No, it is Sarah's. Sorry. Give me a second. I will take those and keep those for money. Will I meet David the next year? It seems like only if you go and meet this person. So I would save up and do that. You might be scared of going to see them, but I think that's the only way that you're going to meet them instead of them meeting you, Sarah. Okay, money. Is it better to me to do a job as a host or studying? How would my life be doing a job as a host? So money, this is extra money coming in. Um, but the thing is that studying will actually give you a bigger, broader option. So it's interesting that the study is important because it'll get you out of the place that you've been. So overall, I would think that the hosting might serve as a distraction because it might not be as much money as you expect it to be. Pro give me a minute. I will be scrolling down, so I don't see it this year. I feel like next year, and you'll have to save up and go and visit him. Les Smith says, when you see me moving to France, like year, and how will it be? Honestly, I think that you're thinking very presently, and you have to think about in the future. So I think that you need to plan future-wise. And honestly, it'll be amazing. You'll enjoy it. So let's miss. It might be a time to think about actually going as an au pair instead of actually just going as someone in France. So you should go as an au pair instead of just like going. So that seems like that's important. You're very welcome, Sarah. Enchantress says, is money coming in? No. So, Empress, this is why. No, sorry, Enchantress. This is Enchantress's reading. So, you're seeing a bigger picture when you should focus on the little tiny things, firstly. And you're being very reckless when it comes to trying to earn money. So it seems like you need to be more detail orientated and you need to slow yourself down when it comes to approaching money overall. Um what I would say is that I'm called to tell you like the power of a compounding penny is way bigger than getting like a million. So honestly, do realize that the power of a compounding penny is better than a million. Okay, so Diamond Bay. Thank you, Jessica, for everything. Okay, Antonella, can you ask the pendulum? Of course I can ask the pendulum. Thank you, Karen, for looking after me. So will me and Sagittarius Daniel be in a romantic relationship near future? I'm Aquarius. So we'll wait for the pendulum to stabilize and then I'll ask it. So will they be in a romantic relationship in the future? This is giving me a strong vibe of maybe. Yeah, it's definitely Antonella, like maybe. Let me pull out a card for that. Because I feel like it's Empress. So honestly, it seems like this person's heart is healing and they might not be in a stage that they want kids. So this seems like Antonella, if you don't really want to hold her out for like the slow process of their heart healing and they possibly won't ever want kids. That sometimes gets hard because that's where they are right now. Joey OT says, Narendra, the current feelings for me, does he love me? He definitely wants to be, like, in a relationship with you, but there's no excitement there, Joey OT. So there might be, like, steady love. So it's kind of a hard thing that I would say it's a steady love. There's no excitement. There's no, like, erotic connection there, which sometimes is fine, but you might be too close to this, JOT. One of the books that I would definitely recommend is Mating in Captivity if you're actually with this person. Actually, in general, like, Mating in Captivity is a great book by Esther Perel. And she's also done another one called The State of Affairs, which is a really interesting book too. What's going on with Anton? Tony, says Gabby. This person's heart is healing, so they're being looked after by other people, and being cared for because they might not be able to look after themselves very well. Whatever happened was really, I won't say traumatic, but it was very strong. Whatever it was very, very strong, and the world kind of flipped a bit. Thank you, Monty, for waiting for so long, guys. Gina, it might take me a while to get to you. Stefania, definitely go and grab yourself a cup of tea and come back to the chat. Kara says, will D and I ever speak again after our argument? Yes, so the tower version, you will both reconcile, but this person feels like you've been very immature, or like you need to slightly grow up. This is probably the energy is they want you to be more mature. And it feels like, honestly, this person has probably, Kara, dealt with a lot of your stuff before, so it might not be the first time that they felt, that they have to take all the burden. If that wants to. Oh, sorry, Karen. Well, true, parents never wanted me from birth. That's no secret. My mother never wanted me as a child, was abusive. It was interesting that it came still up, Karen, for you. Karen, even though, like, it wasn't one. Money says, why am I seeing Gion in my dreams frequently? What does he want to communicate? Like, this person's staying around. It's kind of interesting because, like, you're giving this person quite a lot of headspace in general. Like, this is why you're seeing them in dreams. Overall, I feel like there's unfinished business between you, that there might have been something that you needed to say or express to this person. Applehead says, hi, is it over between him and me in his mind, or will he be back? So honestly, this person does see the difference and has thought it's wise to step away, but I feel like they'll be back because you guys tend to, Applehead tend to attract each other back. So it seems like you guys are not going to leave. So that's the case here. So it might be time to work on your differences, not your actual compatibility. So it seems like you both need to realize that you're both very singly different in this relationship. Jacqueline says, what phase am I in life right now regarding my spiritual journey? Honestly, you possibly get very frustrated with yourself overall spiritual. You might actually tend to not want to be angry because you think that it'll help you, Jacqueline, be more spiritual to get less angry. The words creating the anger, and then you're starting to spiral because you've got to realize that you have a natural lean towards anger, and anger is something that we can use. Anger tends to help motivate quite well if it's directed towards yourself in a constructive manner, not in a destructive manner. But it seems to be like something that you might need to deal with and realize that you naturally have a natural lean towards anger overall. I think that you're really attracted to the physical parts of spirituality, and I think this is the case, to be fair with you, Jacqueline, is that you might not be able to do the meditation unless you had like prayer beads or something to do with your hands. There's also this bit where you might have to deal with the physical outside of the spiritual journey, not the inner work, because it tends to give you possibly the anger issues overall. Hello, Megana. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. I did actually go skip right down. Sorry, guys, I'm scrolling back up. Don't mind me because you might see your messages, but it's because the whole idea was that um okay. Leah next. One of my ex-lovers' feelings towards me, and there's something that she wants me to know from seeing me around today. Okay, so honestly, uh, Leah, there's like this bit where she does feel like you don't think about yourself, you don't think about life, like you're always like not really thinking about anything. That kind of does annoy her quite a lot. And what she wants you to know is you're completely different, different vibes, different energies. So there's kind of a bit where she's like, you're completely different from me. And so this might just be that this kind of disconnect between you two, Leah. But yeah, don't worry. Usually with this case is just hard for people to deal with. Karen, do you want a moderator badge? I could give you a moderator badge. We need someone better than Nightbot. Unfortunately, Nightbot is a bot. And will not work. Okay, so Sea Saint, should I renew my apartment lease for next year, and also when my finances will get better? This is interesting because you're called to new love. So it seems like you might have a better apartment, Sea Saint, coming up for you. So do have a look out and see if you can get a better apartment. Your finances will improve because there's extra money coming in for you. So don't tend to just think of this as being a thing, but you should tend to reinvest that back into whatever's making you money in the first place. I like you. It's good because like for me, it's easier for me to just go down the list. Egg Yolk says, I'm so confused with my life. Have any of my intuitions been right? What do I need to fix to be more correct? So, intuition, you have been right, but you struggle with your intuition. There seems to be like a disconnect between how you feel and what you do. And so you need to be more wise about whether this will actually change anything. So sometimes intuition is correct, but then did it really change much? Like if you go into a shop and you go, oh, I really wanted chocolate chip ice cream, and you go to the freezer section and all you get is chocolate chip ice cream, you'll be like, oh great, like I'm glad that I thought like there was only chocolate chip ice cream, because then I have chocolate chip ice cream. But sometimes with our lives, if we're so caught up in using our intuition, we will forget that this is kind of a thing, you know? Grace says, what is JFK thinking about regarding me? So this is interesting because this person's mentally struggling right now, Grace, which is putting them in a position that they need to plan things day to day. So this is hard for them to deal with because they're naturally not someone that struggles mentally. And it's kind of putting them out of whack because they don't know how to deal with that overall. They tend to be quite confident, and at the moment they're not being confident whatsoever. Diamond Bay, did I answer that one? I feel like I did. Let me know if that's a completely different question. Egg Yolk says, what does AM think about me as a person? Is he karmic? You guys are very different, so it might not be a karmic connection, but you guys need to know that each other is a very separate being. Because I think you're trying to connect on a similar level and it's not working. There's like that bit that you're completely different. And their heart is healing right now, so it could be also they're alienating themselves from you as well. Because when people are in a state of hurt, which you could say, oh yeah, but heart's healing is not hurting me. It's because when we go through physical, like they know, if you go through a breakup, it hurts as much as having a heart attack. They've just, and your brain will register it as pain as well. So sometimes it's hard for people when their heart is healing, it tends to hurt as well. Gabby says, will Maxim come back and his feelings and no contact? It's weird because Maxim needs to plan his life a lot more. He tends to sabotage or tends to wait too long, and then things fall out of his life, Gabby. So it just feels like this person might not come back to you, Gabby, because they tend to, what would I say? They feel like they're fat or lazy. And I don't want to say fat and lazy because it can be one of those things that people feel so disconnected by that. But sometimes people tend to have this like slowness or coldness to them. so if you know anything about like the four humors of the body, so you had hot, you had dry, you had wet, and you had clammy or cold. And so when back in the day, when medieval times, they used to come in and check your humors, and if there was something that was like a, if you were cold and clammy, they would give you something hot and dry. So that used to be a curry. So if you were hot and dry, they would have given you a stew because it was like one of those things. So it was interesting that he's very, yeah, like that. KSM says, why is my person needing to hide money? I've never asked for anything from me, and he breadcrumbs me. There is a feeling in the past that this person might have not been able to protect themselves when it came to money, KSM. So he's actually holding on because there's something in the past that's made him not trust people. Yeah. It's also hard because he wants to save up for a house or something like that, and he can't if he always like is honest about the money. So it feels like KSM, this might be just a past issue that in the past someone has stolen money from him or something like that, and that's holding him back. So Pumpkin's mommy was, well, can I lose weight this time? Yes. I think that you haven't gone outside for a while, and that's starting to affect like you losing weight. Do you realize that you're healing right now? So there might be like extra stress on your body. Whether this is extra inflammation or something that's your body's had to deal with right now. So it could be that you are in an inflammation response. Maybe stress is creating that response. But I think this is why time in nature is so important to you losing weight as well. Okay, so who are we with? Money says is Jared Illuminati? He's too emotional to be Illuminati. Also, he's secretive. Like, I don't think that he's without like things, but I don't. He's he's quite emotional, so I would feel like that's the case. And also realize that a life with him would probably come with that he tends to be not like weirdly enough, he's very emotional, but he doesn't tend to express. He tends to like probably be highly emotional, but doesn't expect you to be emotional. Cassian says, I want to ask Cass, will I work on translating the Icky book, but how will it do financially if I self publish? This is interesting because you might be worried about the money, Cassians, too much. So this can be that you're overthinking about money overall. And do you realize that if people want this work, that you can actually get them to fund your work? So this might be actually time to get a crowd fund for this to go. So somehow like someone will pay you. So there'll be more than one person that actually you can get funds from that will actually help you raise funds for the book. So Leah says what's coming towards me in June. this month. Love reading else others people. So you might be holding on to something in the past that's made you want to not be around friends. You might need to let that just pass and realize that it's okay to feel upset, but you should not hold on to that attachment. And also it seems like this month, Leah, you should actually work on just enjoying the distractions around you and not being too serious. It seems like a time to be distracted by things and enjoy the distractions while they're here, because we can get too serious. And that's the case. Did you actually ask a reading, Scorpio? Because I don't see a message here, Scorpio. So let me know what your question was. JOT says, does Narendra like when I message him again and again? Yes, I think so, but obviously, like, there's too much emotion in this, but he does like the messages. So it might be like time to give him like more leeway between the messages. Gabby says, please describe the person who I met, go of, could have been perfect for me, zodiac, etc. I feel like this person doesn't tend to be very excited. They felt very cold. So it could be just that they went through a stage of life. This could have been a kid, actually, when you were a kid. This person tended to be very future driven, so I feel like a kid, but they didn't act like a kid. They were very cold. They didn't tend to be excitable like other kids around them. They possibly were your friend at one point of time, because I do see you being very attracted to that energy. So I feel like the one's energy, so that means that they were fire. One's mean fire. There's one cubs, but they could have been a cusp, but they were fire energy. So I do feel like they're quite cool. So they could be kind of a Leo energy, just because Leos tend to be quite excitable, but they don't tend to show it. Like they what would I say? Leos can be very ecstatic, but they tend to be one of those weird things. Okay, so Monster says, hello. Thank you, Karen. Can I get on my insight on my love life current situation? Okay, I think not so, Monster, because there seems to be heartbreak and physical stuckness. So it might be time to realize that you aren't in a great place right now when it comes to dealing with things of a love situation. So it might be that you've just got out of breakup, and so therefore your heart is like feeling this, or it's been a while but you're still in that feeling of grief, and there's the physical stuckness that you haven't really moved on even with the physicality of a relationship, Monster. So it might be just time to relax on the love and focus on something else, because weirdly enough, when we stop focusing on something that we want, that's usually when we come to that thing. Thank you, KSM. Okay, so Jacqueline says, based on what you said for my first question about Zach, is he Mr. Right? He definitely sees you as a person that is so. You are just beautiful. You're just beautiful. And obviously, he wants to chase. So I feel like that was that bit that you were perfect in that person's eyes. And you probably still are. Pride and Prejudice says, what do I need to attract the right uh, attention? P.S. Did Mo think I look bad in real life compared my profile? I think that in the past Pride and Prejudice, you do not you you either got judged by your looks quite harshly, Pride and Prejudice, or you were scared that people wouldn't notice you. So it seems like when you actually have this dressing, you have this fear-based attachment that's still attached to you and your past. So this is a hard part, is because that still is weighing down in your mind, and that's what you dress for. So it might be even when you're dressing, you still don't have that kind of confidence or whatever needs to go with the clothes. The other thing that I would feel is that um how would I explain this? There's a bit where you might only choose the cheap clothes option. And that's okay, that's fine, but it seems like you might need some more staples in your wardrobe, Pride and Prejudice, for you to switch. And some of these staples can be a little bit more good quality, so therefore then you use up less clothes and they'll be nicer in general, Pride and Prejudice. Karen should be a moderator. I'm very sure Karen is female. I don't know. I think that I can't do this, so let me see if I can. I was wondering if like there was any male Karens. I'd be like, that's unusual. Just think of being a person. Okay, it doesn't work. I will have to go after the thing and mod you. That's a pain in the ass. I wish that would help. Oh no, I can't do that. There you go. um, did Mo think I look bad in real life compared to my profile? I don't think Mo cared, Pride and Prejudice. Do we need? Oh, it's okay. Sometimes I do, because then someone comes in and be's mean. Only mean. So Leah says, may I have general reading? Wish you a good night too. Thank you. Okay, so Leah, you're actually getting into change. There's a cycle that's coming up that's ending, which is great because then you actually are bringing in a physical mood. Hello, Julia, welcome. So there's a physical move for you coming up. So that's because that cycle is ending for you, so that's coming in. Okay, so then Pro Shuttlers says, will Gurak Dev University is beneficial for my badminton career? It seems like this place probably will be good for your relationships. So, so I don't know whether they're um because then you have rich people that are friends with you. Page of Cups, it also seems to get you out of your headspace. So it might be good for you to see the other parts of life as well. Bree says, I'm just interested in a general love reading. Okay, so there is celebration, joy, hope and happiness. Well, it's more like celebration and joy and spring. So there's good things coming into your life. This could be a possible wedding. So sometimes this can be a celebration of you instead of others, but it can be a celebration of others. So it could just be a wedding invite. There's also that you know what to pick, who to pick. So that's a really good talent there. So there's a lot of options coming into you for you that are readily available that seem to be good picks for your love life. So it seems like Brie, you're on your way. Will I get 80% in 12 boards? No, you won't get 80% pro shuttler, and you probably should walk away from that. Bookworm says, is my general reading done? Did I do yours? MVP says, can I draw you? I, by it would be very hard for me to draw because I don't have any drawing implements here. So Um, did I do yours? I'll do another one for Bookworm because I can't remember doing Bookworms. Bookworm, obviously in life you're doing very well. You're socializing and getting out of your headspace. It might be time to declutter things around you, like that are taking up too much space for you. So therefore you have a clear house to bring some more friends over because it seems like that's important. MVP, I go down the list. Tatiana, so therefore it might be a while. Will I buy a private jet in the future? Maybe, but I don't know whether you will actually like own it. This person might actually own it, so it might be their jet that you borrow. Because I think this person's probably a leader, CEO, and you'll be in a relationship with them. So will I get the gold medal in 2032? No, unfortunately, that's not a case. Um, Fatine says, will Justine get going to help me in my project or not? Okay, so this person will help, but they won't put in as much help as you think they will, Fatine. So do you realize that they're probably going to yeah, they're probably going to be going on their own way. So they'll help out, but they won't give you as much help as you think they will. Will I get a gold medal in 2036? You will. Seems like that's the case. Thank you so much, Karen. John says, does Richardson, oh my god, secretly watch my social media? I think they're tempted to watch your social media. Sometimes they get caught out and then they feel guilty about it. But yeah, sometimes they do. Will I get 1 million subscribers? Chase love, not money, pro Shuttler. So it seems like you're called to follow your love, not money. So pro Shuttler, do the things that you love, and yes, that means that you will bring that in for you. Will Leo 12 good for me as a future partner? His current feelings towards me. Honestly, this person's just excited to be around you, but they don't tend to express themselves with very expressiveness. So they tend to be like, oh yeah, they'll definitely know that. They probably, like, the weirdest thing is Moni, it seems like Leos can think that other people can see their heads, and we can't, like, no one, like, I tend to be very good at knowing what's going on in people's heads, but none of us are mind readers. So Loso says, does the spirit feel like I'm ready for a child? Hope it all is well. I think you are ready for a child. Like, obviously the spirit wants to tell you that you are capable. Also, that honestly you're going to be able to raise this child into a very good member of society. This could be possibly a male child because you've got King of Pentacles. So they'll definitely look after you as a parent. Because Pentacles is all about money. I definitely smartly get all the little messages. Cherish says general reading and love. There's definitely like a relationship coming in for you. This could be a travel partner, Cherish. So honestly, you guys will go on adventures together, and then it will establish into a relationship. So I feel like that's the case. Eugenia says, do you feel anything about me? I do like your vibe. I do. I've seen the small little picture, and I think that's very cute. Okay, so you don't get distracted very easily. You also tend to really not want to be in your headspace very often. And you like flirting, so you might be quite a flirtatious person sometimes. As studious, I feel. That's what I would feel. Is there anything about you that I would... Yeah, so, like, one thing that you could probably do is delve into your headspace a little bit more. And enjoy some distractions, because sometimes you're very too serious, if you get what I'm meaning, and you don't spend a lot of time alone in your own thoughts. Gina, I just did yours. If you want to go back in time, I finished yours. Stefania says, hi, Cancer's current feelings for me, please. Ooh. This person might have walked away from this connection at all, and it is heartbreak. So sometimes Stefania, seeing this person might be in a stage of denial or not wanting this. So sometimes don't feel bad about that, because overall this is the current feelings, you know. A tenant says, Cass, if my family and I end up not talking ever again, will they be okay together? Will I be okay on my own? Honestly, Tenant World, you have to stop feeling like you're in control of this situation and let go. It's not your responsibility. Um, that's one thing that I've had to deal with is my sense of responsibility when it comes to other people, because it's not my responsibility for anybody, you know. Knight of Pentacles, you aren't working hard. Um, will you be okay on your own? So you're not working hard for yourself. So it seems like you're just not putting the work in. The cards say you can put in the work, you're just not doing that. So I think it's just down to a matter of time of you working hard to be your own person. 13 says, why did Yasin not answer my message on Facebook? This person's feeling like weakness, and also they want to build that family with you. So it might just be that that person doesn't want to be talking to you because of that. Juliet, what was your question? Jacqueline says, what's my ex Aqua new thoughts about the videos he watches from my YouTube playlist? Well, this person definitely wants to manifest this relationship back with you and is hoping that around the quarter, like, you come back. But there's just this heartbreak here, Jacqueline. Depopulation should be the highest. Do you think that they're doing that in third world countries and not just like in first world countries as well? Because I think they're doing that. Okay, so sorry guys. Right. I don't think that was the question. So hello, first time here. Is he really in a meeting with some serious business issues? He is. Oh Jesus, yeah. Uh, Julia, this is interesting because there's two things. So, he's wanting to walk away from this, but it's also going to affect his home life. So it's interesting. Julia, overall, it feels like this could have some serious, we can, like, serious backlash on his home or his personal assets as well as his business, which is not good because if that's the case, that's pretty scary. Should I study in UF or Jewel 1? No, not Jewel. The UF, Sarah. Eugenia says, what's coming in for me? Okay, so you have to control what's coming in for you. You also have to realize that you might be very anxious about the future, but the things that are coming in are good for you. Also, there is some really good options coming in for you, possibly more self than world, but they seem to be very realistic options for you to take. So I think the cards are saying be more on control of it. So anything that you can see that's good, that you just snap up, Eugenia. Okay, so Ashley says I'm drained low of energy because I need to start drinking 8 to 10 glasses of water and stop drinking a lot of soda. Honestly, I think there is a fear-based attachment to the past with the soda. It seems like it's more a comfort thing for you. So how is this comfort? Because you need to let go of this and you need to not focus on the present but focus on the future. So it might just be like, how can I help myself in the future? Where is this going? And why is soda so, like, the interesting thing that they've said about um people quitting smoking, Ashley, is that you should be very mindful when you actually drink or smoke, because the smoke is like the active thought of smoking a cigarette, like like being in that active state. Yeah, these people quit and they never go back. Like literally, they leave. Like, so it's not the whole idea of that. Cosette says, "What is Frenchie's feelings towards me? Is he taken? His heart is full. Also, he's quite foolish. So he's very smart on the inside, but he's spent his life being very laissez-faire. So he just does. I've said it and absolutely butchered French, but anyway, I butcher most languages. So if that's a French is like, you stuffed up a language, how dare you? I'm sorry. I do this with English as well. David, Sarah says, "Will I hear from David this month?" Unfortunately, he's got a full, yeah. No, you won't. He'll also think that it's very unfair or very selfish to expect you to hear from him. So it might be that this person's heart is very full, Sarah, and they just don't have room for you, unfortunately. Cass, do I annoy you? No, 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 no. It's like, weirdly enough, I don't get annoyed very easily. Astra says, please can I ask, I've been very exhausted, tired, and angry lately. Okay, so Astra, you need to go outside. You need to probably connect with, and ground in your space. It might be that you need to actually physically put your feet on grass. Um, and the other thing is to communicate and cooperate with people, because at the moment it seems like you're not letting the other person share your burdens. It seems like you're just a very naturally strong person and you don't tend to let anybody in. No, I'm never upset with everything. Like sometimes it's the way that I talk because I'm trying to get through as many people as possible. So sometimes it's because I'm talking very fast. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. 13 says, "What's the future between me and Kurdo? His feelings and intentions." Honestly, this person's getting out of mental health space, and there seems to be prosperity and abundance in the home. So it seems like you guys will have a really great relationship overall. This might not be a romantic connection, 13, but it seems like there is that feeling like this person's house or their time or their energy is always going to be yours for a certain extent. Okay, I just missed and loop and I oop. Okay. I just called you Loop. Sorry. What does Miguel think about me? Okay, so you have to have more control over this. And you have to like expend emotions on him because I don't think he notices you very much, which is that case. And oh, is he taken? Yes, I would say Cosette, based on the on if you have Ace of Cups in reverse, it does mean that heart is full. So sometimes it can be that that person's energy is um very much in a thing. So MVP, so you have Ace of Swords here. In reverse, it means that the sky is not falling down on your head. So don't panic, don't worry. I feel like it's more a romantic thing that you've asked me today for MVP. So it seems like your relationship's going very well, or your romantic interest is going very well, because this is the card of flirtation. This is good things coming in abundance. You're very welcome, Jacqueline. So Tatiana says, "What is Anderson thinking about me?" There is a fear-based attachment to you, and there's also a tower moment. So this relationship, Tatiana, somehow broke or fell down in some way, and there's this fear-based attachment still to you, even if this is in the past. So with the tower, it means that you guys built up a connection quite quickly, and then it kind of dissipated or faded. Okay, so where are we up to? What's the time? Unfortunately, Fox is in front of time. Okay, it's nearly one. So we'll be open for 10 minutes and then I'll finish up everybody's questions today. So Renee says, how does Lizzie currently feel about me? There's like a struggle and like a give up. So Renee, this might be a little bit of like this person might be in a very hard place right now, and they don't have a lot of willpower to continue or sustain things. There's also, Renee, like a bit where this person's actually a little bit anxious around this your relationship, but it seems like in the future everything's going to be good. So it might be just that you have to give this person a little bit more help sometimes, because they're struggling a little bit in that space. So thank you, Karen. What type of friends? I would think Paris somehow, because of the thing. Oh, you'll meet a friend. I think that you have a friend in Bordeaux. So you'll move to Paris first, but you have a friend in Bordeaux that you can go and live with some time. So it seems like, as I am saying, Les Mis, you might need to work on trying to apply for au pair, because it seems like I see you having that. Egg yolk says, what country do you see me reincarnating next? Okay, so I feel like a Scandinavian country, or like a European country, like something that's got Slavic roots, because of the fish. Some place that eats quite a lot of fish, and I know that Scandinavia and some of these very cold climates is where you're going to get reincarnated yet next. You could possibly reincarnate as a fish. So it might be a case. Renee says, how do people see me as a person? You are a go-getter, Renee. You also are life of a party. Like you don't realize how amazing you are because most of the time you look on the outside like very alone in the crowd, but you tend to just naturally attract people over time. Somehow, like, what I'm going to say is like I'm getting a mental picture, like, and I'll explain it why I see this for you. Is my dad is a very quiet person, but every time he's in a party or something, everybody congregates around him at the like honestly he gets a whole like group around him, and I definitely see that as well. Is like you naturally attract people to you because you tend to be quiet, so like you tend to just bring people towards you. Is the person in love with me new person or old person? This is interesting because this person might not be like they're still in your life, but they haven't been in your life before. Cherish. So it seems like they know you, but they haven't been around you. So like as in they haven't dated you. Yeah. Of course you did. Give me a second. Because it got to a point and then I okay, so maybe I lost this one. Okay, so that makes sense. My last question says, Tenant World, what career do I do? I need to work hard towards. Honestly, it seems like you're going to be starting something of your own. Something with an online business that's bright. Something to do with fabric, I think. There's something to do with the online space. Whether it's a fabric or yarn or wool, there's something to do with like multiple fabrics that you work with. If that helps you, Tenant Wild, because that's very confusing to me because sometimes it gives me like a very big broad range, and I feel like that's very specific somehow. What does Miguel think about me? Honestly, like you're the best dish ever. Ayub. Ayub. So honestly, you've got everything going for you. You're so amazing. Rachel says, will I get a gold medal in 2028? You might not get a gold medal, but you'll get a medal, I think. So, thank you, Karen. I will be finishing. I will be closing this list now. Don't worry, don't panic, don't go away. I'm just closing the list so no one else comes in. But I do everybody's readings until the end tonight. and I will turn on this list is closed. And then I will work down to the end. So don't panic, don't run away. It's just like easier for me than to know that you've done that before I've done that. La 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 la. My English is not working. Please insert here. Okay. So, shall I look for a new job? I'm struggling at my current job. No. So, Ace of Swords, you are in a fear. Like, there's a panic around you. The sky is falling down on your head, but it's not, honestly. It there's prosperity and abundance around you, so this could be time to actually understand that there's a lot of things that you built at this job that you could possibly bring towards something else, and tend to have a look around for something that will give you more money. So, dear Deep Shika, that's what I would say to you, is have a look, take your time. Do you realize that there's something good that you can bring from these skills that you've got? It's very hard for me to pronounce other things. Will I start writing a book this year, says Patty. You're very welcome. Yes, but you'll need someone else, Patty. So you might need to get someone else to collab with you, or someone else that you can work with, because it seems like this person might be starting a book too. So it might be time to actually go and find like a Facebook group or something that other people that are writing books, and get yourself a writing buddy. Okay, so Fatine says, will I go to London or Europe? I think this is Europe, because I pulled London and there's nothing for London. So you need to make sure that you're not presently minded and focus on the future. So it's time to think about it and actually do it, Fatine. Instead of sitting there going, will I go to London to study or Europe? Do it. Actually, like ring up some universities and stuff like that. My last question, Antonine's thoughts and feelings about me. Gabby? Okay. Okay. So honestly, this person might not put a lot of feelings, or they might not have a lot to share. So they tend to be a lot more reserved. But around you, they kind of open up and let you in and get to experience you're lucky quite a lot of times, Gabby. Compared to others, you just naturally have a luck mindset. And so therefore, when people are around you, they sometimes bring in like they you get they get a luck rub off. It's like, I don't want to say that, but you just naturally have that kind of magnetic energy that you attract things to yourself. And so therefore people around you get like magnetized as well towards that. So yeah, like honestly, you do tend to have that kind of feeling. So around you, there's like people tend to have changed views about everything, and it might just be because you're a positive person overall. But yeah, I think that they don't completely know about you, but they do see that there's something magic about you, Gabby. Jacqueline, is me avoiding getting a job a bad thing I'm doing? Will it hurt me in the future? At the moment, you're very like caught up in your headspace. So the hardest part is kind of getting yourself out of the headspace and moving on to something better, you know. There's also like some realistic options for you, so don't worry about like not avoiding or having avoiding it. Jacqueline, you might be putting yourself in too much like headspace and not enough doing space. So there's a lot of options available that will suit you, Jacqueline. So don't worry about it and don't plan it. Okay, so Ling says, is S happy without me? They're traveling, they're seeing the world. Yeah, I kind of, but the hardest part is they're not really thinking about you. So sometimes this is hard because if they're not thinking about you, then they are kind of happy. Um, you don't really want them to be upset without you, right? Like, but like they're not thinking about you, so they're not dwelling on that. You're very welcome, Jacqueline. Like that's what I would say to you, Ling. CS says, I don't think heading the right way. May I ask what when karma was this life? Putting yourself in too much worry space. I definitely see that. Like being too much in your head. Not realizing that other people can help you. So maybe CS, you tend to get caught up in that other people don't help you, everybody is mean or cruel or selfish, without realizing that because you have put yourself in that mindset sometimes, that you're missing out on being able to be with other people and enjoying that and being present for them. There's also a bit that you might be sabotaging choices or options because you don't think they're good enough, or they not good enough. How would I explain it? Because I feel like a different vibe. You think that they're not for you. There's a lot of things that are not for you, CS, without realizing that because you're giving yourself excuses why they're not, then you don't actually experience them fully. And that's the hardest part, is these things are your things by making. Like honestly, these are karmic, but they're because you created them and now they are. Astra says, what will people think when I died? Morbid question. After this, that is how I'll be remembered yet. Honestly, people remember you kind of full of life. Like the whole idea that you always had um a space for people in their hearts, like your heart. You're always like very compassionate, very giving of your time. There's some very beautiful eulogies said about you. Sorry, I'm not going to cry, but it's beautiful. Whatever they've said about you, yeah. Sorry. And that you had a sense of adventure. Like honestly, they will say like some very interesting things, Astra, about you um going places, being somewhere, doing things. Like you're you're one of those people that have lived life to the fullest when you die. So I don't want to be at your funeral, but somehow I'm there. Um, it's amazing. You are definitely a troublemaker for sure. Like, KSM says, "Will my person and I get married?" There seems to be that thing about marriage. Yes, 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 you will. I think this will be very good for both of you, but it seems like most of it is from your side, KSM. So it might be that this person's not worried about being married or our marriage in general. So I think this is more for you overall, but yeah. You're laughing now, Astra. I know that I got the right word, but you don't. Well, I get the degree at U or as F. U. F, no. You're very welcome, KSM. Last one says, how do people see me as well? Is there like a film character? This is hard because like yeah, I see what the things are. Lost one. You're a heartbreaker from the outside. So like I could definitely see you like rocking up in like a leather, like almost like a grease a thing with a leather jacket and the gel. But I don't know whether that's the case. But you do definitely have that heartbreaker vibe. Um, Last one, it's also that you tend to be very overly ambitious sometimes. So, last one, do you. I don't want to say, are you a Leo? But you definitely have the vibe of a Leo. I did? I'm very sure I did yours. Last one, there you go. Oh, I read yours and what I didn't, I think. What does Miguel think about me? Honestly, you're very independent and very get what you want and very up and go. So you're very active. So I don't think that they could keep up with you. Ketsa with a lot of fire placement? Okay, so that makes sense. Cause like I was feeling very much like Leo fire energy, so thank you, last one. So yeah, you're a very go-getter. You get what you want. You like honestly, there's a lot of respect for you, like Ayub, for Miguel's thing. So you will get into U, but not F. You shouldn't. Give me a second, cause I just need to go back to check that. Oh my lord. The first one, yes. The second one, no. God damn it. I'm getting up to things. Frag, did you ask the question? I'm getting very confused now. Oh, yes. What is Leo feelings towards me? Ling. There's no real big feelings towards you. The moon in reverse, they don't care what other people say. And the full in reverse means that this person's watching you, but they really are not giving anything away. So there might be in a vibe that they, how would I say it? General apathy, I feel like that's the case. They don't really care. They're showing not on the surface that they care, and really underneath they're just going with the flow. So unfortunately, like that is the case. Thank you, Karen. Frag says, "Will my light wife ever love me like she used to?" I think honestly, Frag, you might need to put some like get up and go. It seems like you being quite like not exercising lately, Frag. And that's kind of giving more of like a lower energy vibe to you. It's also Hangman, so you're naturally going to drop back into love again. But I think the physical exercise will give you that feeling, Frag. Um, because sometimes it's hard to keep ourselves attractive to our partners because it does over time tend to fade because yeah, we're always working. So it might just be time to um put in a little bit more exercise. But overall, she's going to fall back into love. But the exercise will help. 13 says Curtis feelings and attentions towards me. Oh my lord. You would think that English is not my first language, but it is. I'm just getting tired, unfortunately. Sorry guys, I'm going to slow down so I can speak. Fatin says Curtis' feelings and attentions towards us future between us. There seems to be a future here, but do realize that you as the Queen of Wands needs your energy from other people, lots of other people, not just one, because you'll tend to burn them out. You're far too passionate for one person. King of Pentacles is a good mate for you, so this seems to be a very good match overall. So they'll invest in you and you become like more of like a social butterfly. So you might actually be doing something for their business as well. Ace of Swords don't realize that your sky is falling down. It's okay. So it seems like there could be a great relationship between you guys because there is that compatibility there. Okay, so it it looks like we're finished for today. Um any anything else we can talk about? There'll be no more questions tonight because I am tired and I've lost the grasp of any English that I've had. And I'm sorry, guys, that some of you guys got missed. I did read your question and then I didn't do anything. So, do realize that I did read your question. Unfortunately, you did get skipped because my brain went, oh, yes, I've read the question. And then I haven't dealt the cards and I haven't finished that question for you. I will be back on Monday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. GMT. I have one set up. Do I actually have it up? Give me a second. I might be able to give you the link before I go. It's obviously going to be a new channel, so do forgive me for that. Do I actually have it here? I might have to put the link back up, Tenant World, after stream is over because I do not see it up here. Oh no, it's here. Give me a second. Okay. There you go. So that is the link there. You can go over there. The other thing that I would say is that you can find me on TikTok. You can find me on Instagram. I do daily reads over there. So at the moment, the TikTok is very small. The Instagram is very so small. So definitely, these are the under the same name as what I'm doing on YouTube. So you can definitely go and check those out. And I will be back on Monday and Tuesday, 7 p.m. GMT. Until then, have amazing, amazing rest of your week. Thank you for showing me support. I definitely appreciate it. Thank you for everybody staying on to the end. I appreciate you guys so much. You don't believe you don't believe how much I'm grateful for all of you. And I will see you on Monday. So enjoy the rest of your week, guys. Until then, bye, guys. You're very welcome, Astra.